everybody, and welcome to Ales and Scales D&D. I am your DM today, Randy Royce. So, when we left off, Dean, would you like to give us a brief description of what happened last session?
Yeah, so last session, the party had ended up coming across a strange bard who told them tale of a old abandoned tomb that he had found that had a strange tapestry in the language of the gods, it would seem. As the party decided very rapidly they wanted to go, A, get this tapestry to sell, and B, they wanted to explore the rest of the necropolis inside. They went about finding it and broke on in. They found that there were some not so recently deceased bandits inside, and after finding a secret door, were able to go through and clear the Draugr tomb of all the undead, finding a fairly mighty Draugr at the very end. After finding this, the party found some pretty cool loot and made their way out of the dungeon, and that's where we pick up today.
All right, thank you for the synopsis. You guys are currently sitting around a toasty campfire, having yourself a breather after your previous adventures. You're still about a day north of Passeropolis, and it is the early evening. The sun has just set. What are you guys doing?
I'll go on a hunt. Bring us back. A feast from Ular. Druid, help me track.
Alright, I can do that. Maybe we'll find some mushrooms and greens to cook up with the meat.
Outstanding.
Would you all like to go on the hunt, or would two of you stay with the camp and two of you depart on the hunt?
Two of us would probably stay with the camp.
Yeah, stay with the camp.
All right. You two depart to do your hunting thing with TJ tracking. What are you two talking about in camp, if anything?
I don't know. Guess we're just awkward like that.
Yeah, I was gonna say at this point, I mean, after everything that's already happened, probably just taking a breather and relaxing, and probably bitching that I'm hungry.
Yeah. You guys just sit around the fire. It's nice and cozy. It's very well made, and it's basically designed with one of those setups where the logs will keep burning into it, so it's going to burn all night long, nice and warm and hot, and nothing's probably going to bother you this night. Not with that nice raging fire going on. You guys notice that it's actually a gorgeous night. Beautiful starry sky. Luscious green forests surrounding you. Luscious green forests surrounding you. Yeah, it's actually, and it being the height of summer, it's actually not too hot. It's, nice and cool, if a tad humid. There's really nothing going on. You guys have departed for your hunt. What are you doing?
Having the druid track, I already went ahead and pre-rolled my survival, and it was less than stellar. So I'm mostly just following the druid.
Okay, tell me what you're looking for.
Alright, well, since we're about to go to sleep anyways, what I'm going to do is I'm going to cast Locate Animal and name Deer.
Okay, you cast it. How does it work?
So I can name a specific kind of beast or plant, and then I can concentrate on the voice and nature of my surroundings, and I learn the direction and distance of the closest creature or plant I named within 5 miles.
Okay. You get a strong sensation that there's some deer right off to the west, probably within a mile.
Meat.
Alright, I will let my hunter know.
All right.
I'll go ahead and start tracking with the information he's passed me.
Would you like to move stealthily through the brush?
I mean, I'm in heavy armor, so I'm not gonna attempt to be stealthy. I'm just gonna move as I normally would while hunting. Not exactly retarded, but not exactly the quietest. I'm moving for my hunting. I am using my crossbow, so I can keep a good distance anyway.
Fair enough. Go ahead and roll me perception.
9.
You come across a clearing in the trees.
Must have got a spider web in my eye. Ooh.
Yeah, it appears to be made out of clearing. It's got some like nice tall grass. There is a small group of deer with a pretty decent sized buck sitting in the middle of the field. They haven't noticed you yet, which is surprising because you're not particularly stealthy. The only other thing you noticed is just as soon as you walk into the clearing, a white owl flies overhead and perches on the branch above you.
Seen another white animal before. Don't touch it.
I rolled a shoot with my crossbow though, at the closest deer that looks substantial enough to feed all. Well, a deer would feed all of us. I rolled a 17 to hit.
Yeah, you absolutely hit it. And don't bother rolling for damage. It's a stellar hit. You hit it straight to the hort, the hort, straight to the hort, and it collapses dead in the middle of the field, spooking all the other deer which bolt into the woods.
Does the owl bolt though?
No, the owl continues to observe.
Druid, talk to the owl. It knows things.
I will speak to the owl. Hey, owl, how are you doing?
It looks down at you with intelligent eyes. You could tell that it understands you, but it doesn't deign to respond.
Would you like a berry, owl?
It sort of like narrows its eyes contemptuously, and it flies off into the woods.
The owl didn't have much to say.
Spirit guardian.
Maybe guardian of the woods.
Found a white elk last time I hunted. Felt the strong urge that it was something beyond a standard elk.
Could be. These forests could be filled with mini guardians.
Well, you foraged for mushrooms as we dragged the deer back together.
I just heave the deer over my shoulder and holster my stuff and start walking back to camp.
Roll me perception as soon as you do so. It's a heavy deer, but you're a strong man. You don't have any difficulties picking it
Yeah,
up.
I count as large size for weight carrying.
I don't believe in ability checks for things that are easy to do.
My perception is still poor. I must have deer blood in my eyes.
What is for?
So
Okay, if it's something that's obvious, like a 5 or above will do. You really have to have your eyes closed to miss some of the stuff. You notice a large wolf stalking across the grass towards you guys.
Your friend from last time.
Maybe I will call out to the wolf. Wolf, friend or foe?
That depends. How likely is it that you'll share some of that deer with me?
I'm going to turn to Kiergaard. Kiergaard, we could spare a piece of meat or two, couldn't we? I'll turn back.
I'll heave the deer down and I'll take out. Well, let me check if I have any sharp weapons.
Rip its fucking leg off. Just strength it.
Yeah, I'm just gonna have to strength it. I'm gonna try to rip the rear leg off, and that was a poor strength check. That's a whopping 6.
What you actually do looks quite comical, and you know that the wolf is laughing because you completely understand it. Would you like to help? He's just over there struggle busting it. He's trying his very best.
Both the electronic and physical dice are failing me today.
So, yeah, I'm going to kind of help him out. I'm just going to cast Flame Blade in my hand and just, like, slice off the leg that he's trying to...
Okay, you do so easily, and not only is it sliced, but it's deliciously charred at the end.
And then I'll toss the leg to the wolf and say, here you go, friend.
He's like, friend it is. Thank you kindly. And then he takes that haunch and he runs off into the woods happily.
Well, saves me the time of draining the blood. It'll drain as we go.
Well, he actually kind of cauterized it with his flame sword, so
I'll take an arrow and just kind of dig it out a little bit,
There you go.
and then I'll heave it so that the deer, like the front legs are over my shoulder and my hands, and the rest of it's just draining out.
Excuse me a second time. All right, You guys make it up to you guys make it back to camp unmolested, and you find these two staring awkwardly off into the distance around the campfire, not particularly sharing any banter, just enjoying the cool evening.
Why did you bring back a deer with 3 legs?
Gave other leg to Wolf.
Wolf need eat too.
You guys hear
We have the whole strong but dumb crew here.
you guys hear the sound of distant howling, or should I say, not so distant howling, from a pretty large pack. So perhaps you dealt with that the best way possible.
Yeah, I'm just gonna clean the deer and get it roasting in time for us to all eat and go to bed. Any of the remaining deer, I'll just chuck a good distance from us into the forest for the wolves.
Fair enough.
And I will take the bones and horns and skin pelt.
That way none of it's wasted.
Yeah.
Perfect.
And and we'll take the organs and stuff too. We can make sausage.
I'm gonna affix the antlers, if there was antlers, to the side of my character's helm.
There was antlers. How are you affixing these? Do you have some rope?
Crudely. I'm just gonna fucking grind the ends of it against a stone until it's roughly the shape I want. And I'm not gonna fix them right now because I don't have any, sticky stuff. But once we get back to town, I'll fix them.
What are you on for the full Wendigo look?
No,
Would a
I figured out
disguise kit help with that?
A look
A
kit?
disguise kit?
No,
Because-
that's all pre-made stuff.
Yeah.
No,
I mean, it might have some paste designed
figured
to
it might.
affix some stuff. It wouldn't be a good permanent affixment, but any blacksmith or skilled tradesman could put it on there real good, then it won't come
Yeah.
off.
I gotta see one of
Yeah,
them anyway.
since he's a cleric of Uller, it would make sense for him to have some hunting paraphernalia on him.
Bonus points if you headbutt a deer with the antlers once you affix it to the helmet.
Why do that? He can turn into deer and headbutt them for me.
It's not as funny that way. It's funnier when you do it. I think your character does have like some sort of headbutt feature too on it, which is humorous
Maybe.
when I was poking around on it. About this,
I have a headbutt, and I'm looking for the opportunity to use it.
you should also get some antlers for a helmet then. The horned helmet. It'll be beautiful. It'll be great for parties.
We go
Especially
hunt a
the violent
wyvern,
kind.
put the wyvern stinger on your forehead.
That would be sick, not gonna lie. Anyways, you're cooking your deer and cleaning it. You do a fairly good job of it. It's not a very difficult task, and you are experienced travelers, all of you. About this time, you hear a substantial racket coming from the wood line. You can hear metal clinking against metal and a whole lot of stumbling through the brush. And at about this time, 4 people stumble into the clearing, surprised by the bright light. They have a lost look about them.
I'm gonna get my longbow just in case they're not.
Yeah, I'm gonna grab my warhammer and I'm just gonna wield it two-handed. And I'm not gonna immediately be aggressive, but
Oi. You guys lost?
What are you guys doing out here?
what does it look like we're doing?
As I'm,
He doesn't seem like he's sorry. He doesn't seem like he's a very bright lad. It takes him a really long time to think about a response, and while he's thinking, say what you're going to say.
I would have my great sword out, and I would probably go to approach them, use my intimidation.
Yeah, you can do that.
So
What would you like to do to intimidate? They don't appear to be hostile just yet,
Well,
but your
we-
presence itself is quite intimidating.
we asked them a question, they counteracted with another question instead of answering our question. I don't want to play this game.
Huh.
Why are you here?
Well, if you must know, we are new up-and-coming adventurers in the local guild over at Passeropolis. We go by the name of Titans and we're on our way to a barrow. I think it's called a barrow. It's not too far from here. Some bard told us about it. We're gonna go clear it out and then go hassle the guild lady for a promotion.
I'm not gonna fucking say a single word about the fact that we've cleared it.
I'm not saying shit about it.
Yeah, we heard there was some pretty tough
Draugr in there. Don't go dying now.
Uh,
I will have no
8.
clue what they're talking about, so I'll just say have fun.
Okay.
At this point, I'm putting away my great sword with a smile and saying, "All right, you kids have fun with your adventure."
Yeah. I'll hawk them like a leg of the deer for them to split.
They take it gratefully. The fighter looks like he's absolutely raring to go. Their party's composed of 4 people. There's the fighter. There's what's obviously a low-level sorceress with them. She's like clad all in green, and she has a really ornate staff that would probably be unusual for someone like her to have. There's also what appears to be a life cleric clad in standard garb with chainmail underneath. And then there's also a monk who actually looks like one of the more competent of the group. But, still pretty fresh to the adventuring world.
Well, you guys look survivable enough. Have fun.
Talk to the squirrel for directions.
The cleric is off put by this.
This squirrel. Squeakerson. He'll know exactly where to take you.
They all sort of look at you funny, and the fighter, being the obvious leader of the pack, all right, let's go find this squirrel, lads. And he tromps off into the woods, making a whole bunch of noise. Anything in that general direction is going to hear them coming.
What's the better
Hey,
silver?
Rude. Want to send the wolves on them?
The life cleric sort of looks back at you guys, and she looks like she's half considering staying with you and not going ahead. But after a brief moment of hesitation, she does disappear into the woods with them.
Yeah. Alas, that comes at a cost. Draugr made 10. It is for 2 people.
All right, go ahead and roll me a performance check for how well you cook this deer. It's going to be edible, but let's see how good it tastes.
That's a 19 without bonuses plus 4, so 23.
pretty
This is an outstanding deer. Not only is it outstanding, but you somehow managed to make some deer jerky, which you turn into rations. You now have an additional 2 days rations each. And you're going to wake up well rested as long as you don't sleep in armor, so you'll get 1 use of advantage tomorrow when you wake. Well, anyways, are you guys doing anything before you drift off to sleep?
Is there any pile of leaves anywhere around?
There's leaves literally everywhere. This is a forest.
Yeah, like a pile, like a good sleeping pile.
You don't.
There's no prearranged sleeping piles,
Nobody's
but
worked lately.
there are plenty of leaves nearby that you can make into sleeping piles. And they're good plush leaves.
Why not just sleep in a tent? There's a dirt floor in the tent.
Tents are for humans.
There is
not a human, but I
nearby,
still
just
use one.
outside the ring of firelight, there's a really good like little bowl of trees that's all moss lined. It's like that really thick carpet like moss that is really soft. It would make an outstanding bed.
Sounds like a sleep number bed for you.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to that and take off my robes, hang up on one of the tree limbs, and then sleep. Bed down for the night.
All right, is that what everybody's doing?
Mm-hmm.
Is everybody taking their armor off to bed down?
Yep.
All right, yeah. Any kind of watch or anything?
Well, if someone wants to stay up the first 4 hours, I got the rest of it.
Or do the first one.
Okay, I'm just gonna transfer the first 4 hours and relieve them.
Okay, sounds good. Go ahead and roll me perception.
I don't have my dice tray, so I'm gonna have to do it this way.
Well, he's on first watch.
Oh, go
Yeah.
ahead and roll me perception.
Can you have one of those?
Uno.
Ten.
You look up in the trees, and there's a white raven up there, and he's just sort of sitting there observing your camp. But he doesn't have very raven-like mannerisms. He's staring at you pretty intently, but it does appear to be just a raven.
I mean, as long as he's up in the tree, there's not much I can
Yeah.
really do about it. So as long as he leaves me alone, I'll leave him alone.
It stays like that for a good long while. He just hangs out in the tree, and he flies away at some point right before you change shifts with Carillion. All right, so your shift's now over. Carillion, you're waking up.
Ooh, natural 19. So that's a 21.
There's nothing hostile out. You just observe that it's a nice, clear summer night.
Yeah, it's because nobody wants to mess with me. So
Is there anything you would like to do, like downtime activity-wise, while you're keeping watch? Anything you would like to work towards?
not really, because I can't really mess with armor. The only thing I really want to do is make sure that studded leather will fit. But I know
I mean,
I can't deal with that right now.
If you want to take time and you come up with a good story reason, each of you, like why you're working towards something, I'll let you work towards pretty much anything you want. If it's something really difficult, it'll take longer. Like if you want to just learn a little bit of basic magic for no reason, like it'll take a while, but you could achieve it. If you want to get an extra feat and you have a really good training plan and you keep it in role play that you're training for it. Yeah, like if you want to do something like train to do crazy stuff with your ghost hand, you could do that, but just place some thought into it.
Yeah.
You could even like maintain your equipment. Just a suggestion.
No, I just brain things.
I'm just happy as long as you take it back.
I will need to rearrange that. Make
It
it
said the
twice
bar
as
awful
much.
low, but I guess for him that's pretty high.
I mean, I didn't like bathe in like 20 years, and they got me to take a bath.
Yeah, they were telling me about that. That's hilarious. Anyways, the night is uneventful. The sun rises. You wake up unmolested, which is great.
They would have died.
So it's a good morning when you wake up.
I wake up, don all my equipment, pack up, and then get ready to head off.
Joshua, you guys pack up the camp without any issue. And the moment you're getting ready to depart, a large furbolg comes out of the trees. And he sort of like stumbles into the clearing. He's about TJ's size,
You're not ours.
or should I say Osborne Volstag's size, but a little bit hunched over. He has like long golden hair, and he has like moss growing all over him. And he appears to be attired almost entirely in like bark and robes.
You're not our Furbolg.
And who would you be?
Travelers.
Clearly. I seek one.
For what purpose?
Ah, my purpose is my own. But
Why seek us?
if you're friends, perhaps I can tell you. Are you friends?
I would like
That
to,
depends on your prerogative.
I would like to go up to Furbolg and hug him, friend.
Ah, yes. You are the one I seek.
Remember what happened last time you hugged a stranger? You got stabbed in the back.
Brother.
He-
Old brother.
He is a verbal, so it might be different.
Allow me to introduce myself.
Oh yeah.
I am Ginkgo Goldensea. Well met. And you are?
Osborne Volstagg.
Osborne. A fantastic name, a strong name. Would these be friends of yours?
Yes. So far.
He sort of like looks at each of you to gauge if what he's saying is accurate or not, just sort of like gauging your reactions.
They smell weird, though.
Yeah, they don't have that fresh nature scent.
Not at all.
But that's how it is being around people. I prefer mountains and wildlife myself, as I'm sure you do.
Oh, yeah.
I like a Celtic spring of some sort.
Anyways, come. We have business and we must be off instantly.
Are you gonna tell us what that business is before we go?
Yes, of course, shortly. It's mostly his business, but since you are allies, I'm sure he could use your help. But it is most vital that you come with me.
Okay.
All will be
Roll
explained
insight on
shortly.
this guy.
Go ahead.
It's not too bad. Let's see what my bonus is. 14 natural.
And what are you trying to discern?
Just to see, so it's an 18 total. just to see whether or not he's being genuine, or if he seems to be for some reason deceptive.
He seems absolutely genuine. He doesn't seem to have a single malicious bone in his body.
I don't know about Bob in the sky if he's not going to tell us why.
Well, our Furbolg friend seems to be good enough.
He sort of like grabs him by the shoulder and starts dragging him off into the woods, whether or not you guys intend to follow.
I think we should at least follow behind just to make sure he's okay.
Yeah, I'll have my hammer like out, but not like actively like ready. But
Okay.
just out.
Fair enough. You're prepared thoroughly. Are you guys doing anything in particular?
Yeah.
My great sword's going to be out, and I'm just going to also not on the offensive, but just playing with it, having it at the ready.
Okay.
I'm just gonna be walking with my longbow, not really have my ghost hand out yet.
Gotcha. You guys start heading in the direction of the west, a little bit deeper into the mountains. And as you guys are walking along, you know, he's sort of like babbling about random things, like looking around the forest. And a white owl just sort of like swoops through the air and hops down on his shoulder. He's like, you've returned. Excellent.
Friend of yours.
Indeed, good friend.
Shapeshift? Or only one of its kind?
This is how he is. This is him.
Seen many white animals lately.
Ah, yes. All friends of the forest. Everyone. I speak to them and they speak to me. We're all friends.
Are these white animals of some significance?
Well, all animals are of some significance, Elf. Wouldn't you say?
I mean, are they just unique to their species?
Aren't we all unique in some way?
No.
No.
You all seem pretty unique.
Told you, narrow-minded.
Ah, I see that, Osborne. Well, at least they have you to enlighten them moving forward. Yes, about this business. You!
read.
You, big one. You will be very handy for this business. Lots of dangers in the woods these days. I'm sure you're aware. You look like a mighty warrior.
I am aware. That can be no challenge.
No challenge, friend. No challenge. Not for me. Only aid. Come, though. We must make haste. And he starts.
You going to tell
leading
us where we're headed yet? Or are we still just supposed to follow you?
We're going to my house.
So you just met us and you're showing us where you live?
Well, it would be awfully rude not to show some hospitality since you're walking through my home. This is where I live. This is my house, my humble abode. Well, this is my greater house. I also have my house where I slumber. Me and my animal friends.
Okay.
All right.
You will like it. It's very lovely. Very large tree, very strong roots, very comfy moss.
Ooh, I like that.
And without any further ado, he takes you through, and you could see this tree coming from the distance. As soon as there's like a brief clearing in the treetops, you could see a much larger tree up in the direction of the mountains. And when you walk up to it, there's like a small clearing. This tree stealing the majority of the light and resources in this section of the forest. And you see a humble little house that's built directly into the tree. And it's the oddest little thing that you've seen. It's not built in a standard manner like normal construction methods you'd be used to. All of the shapes for the doors and the windows, they look as if they were grown that way, naturally. Like that's just the way the tree had decided to grow. Yes, come along. You all must be hungry. You must be famished. It's about breakfast time. There will be food ready inside. Yes.
I'm always down for a free meal.
Food.
He leads you guys inside, and you're immediately hit with the pleasant aroma of cooking food. It appears to be all vegetable based, from what you could tell. There's actually some random animals cooking the food for him over on the stove. Just a bunch of raccoons, because they're the only ones with little thumbs, are stirring a big pot of vegetables, and it smells quite good. And it's a pretty quaint little house. You know, it's got all nice wooden furniture that appears to be grown directly out of the tree itself, and it has a very clean smell, very pure smell. This would probably be a great place to rest.
Good thing health administration doesn't come through here.
Yes, yes. Well, have a seat, my friends. Have a seat. Tell me, what brings you into this part of the woods?
Well, we just cleared out a tomb because one of our party members wanted to grab an ancient tapestry.
Oh, yes, yes. You were over at the Barrows. They are Barrows, right?
Barrows, yes.
Barrows. Normal words go over my head sometimes. I haven't been in society for a good number of years. Probably about 500 years.
Well, no need to worry. The Barrows have been cleared of all the unholiness in which rested inside.
There's a second team going there now. Double check to make sure it's all clear.
Ah, yes, well, I hope it was in fact clear. Very dark place, those Barrows.
Rather well lit when we went through, actually.
Oh, well, that's
Strange
odd for a
magic.
tomb. Well, dark magic works in mysterious ways. Anyways, small talk. Social situations, I'm not very great.
Cut
Osborne,
to the chase, my friend.
I didn't want to be rude.
No need to be rude.
You don't invite people to breakfast and then not have small talk.
Both,
Am I
of,
is that still common courtesy, Osborne? You've
guess
been
so.
with these people.
both of our times are valuable.
You didn't even invite us to breakfast. You just told us to follow you. Breakfast was just an added perk.
That was the invitation, my friend.
You could have.
I'm gonna go to the stove and questionably look at one of the raccoons and hold out like a wood bowl.
He pulls out a ladle and, he grabs the ladle from nearby and he fills your bowl with delicious stew, which is full of vegetables that appear to have been cooked in a nice beef broth and are very well seasoned.
Outstanding.
I'll go sit just in one of the comfy locations and eat my food quietly.
I'd also go get a bowl.
I'm just gonna use my ghost hand from my seat and just have the bowl filled. I'll
Gotcha.
pick it up.
Yeah, you guys all have food, and as you eat it, it is probably the most delicious and satisfying meal that you've had that has consisted only of vegetables. In fact, you have a +1 saving throws for the next 24 hours. It appears to have some magical restorative properties. You're not sure if it's being in the vicinity of this tree, which seems to have some power of its own, or the food itself, but either way, it is amazing, and you feel amazing.
Outstanding.
Yes, well, I suppose we should cut to the chase now that we've all eaten. I fear that dark days approach us, friends. Dark days. I've lived a very long time, and I've learned very much out here in the woods. And I must pass on some of this knowledge. And the person I'm going to pass this knowledge on to is good Osborne.
I'm good with knowledge.
Good.
I'm just gonna leave that alone.
That's a good trait to have.
It's set up to vote.
As the knowledge is passed on, I'm gonna, if it's in a language I know, over listen and double check it with a religion check to see if it has any prophetic meaning.
Well, let me elaborate on this thing. I can't just give you the knowledge. You must go on a spiritual journey to gain the knowledge.
Vision quest.
Very recently, I've had some dark dreams, but I've had one pure one recently. The spirit of the world tree, Yggdrasil, spoke to me, and it said, "The end of times is drawing nigh, It is merely just over the horizon. And, lest my knowledge should be lost to the world, I must seek a successor for this knowledge. And I was drawn to your camp, where I met you lot, and good Osborne. Him being the only one suitable, I determined that he must be my successor. So, if you go onto this spiritual journey, and if you are successful, then you will gain the knowledge that you seek, or that I wish to give to you. You didn't necessarily seek it, now did you? Anyways,
Looks like we're going on a journey.
I mean, that's what we have been
Knowledge
doing.
binds those who need it.
I suppose you're wondering what this knowledge is, yes?
Yeah.
Is it the hidden valley of the mill?
No. That lies way to the north. I don't travel that far.
I'm going to take a small note.
Sir?
The Valley of the Mills. I believe that is up somewhere near Jotunheim.
Really close to Nilfgaard.
Indeed.
go there.
But back to our main point. I'm sure you're wondering how this massive tree came to be, and how I still look so strong and hale for a 500-year-old furball.
I'm going to roll a religion check real quick on the tree itself to see if maybe it's like a splinter or a planting of Yggdrasil. And no. You got a 3 natural. It's a 7 technically.
You get a tingle in the back of your mind that says you should get better at hunting. That's from Mueller.
Well, you haven't missed yet.
But anyways, that's all that comes to you.
I tell him to 1v1 me.
He's like, well, this tree here, it was a splinter of the world tree itself. I possess the ancient ability to sing to the plants. I can shape them to my will. Only furbolgs may learn this skill, and furbolgs of a certain skill that can pass the spiritual journey. But I am the last one of my kind in existence, at least as far as I know. This ability is very powerful, and it must be used with caution. But the only way to attain it is to drink this sap of the Yggdrasil tree, which I have. And you will have an out-of-body experience. Now, traditionally, only one person would make this journey alone. But dark forces are moving in the world these days, and that would not be safe.
Can't let my friend do peyote alone.
It must be fate that he has such strong companions by his side to make this journey with him. I can think of nothing else. It has been preordained by someone. Perhaps the Norns themselves have weaved this in their web. Do you accept this sacred task, Osborne Bullstag?
Yes.
That is all I needed to. Well, are you suitably rested? And are you prepared to begin the journey?
Well, I just woke up, so I assume we're rested well enough.
Had raccoon stew. Gorgar's happy.
Would have been better with the raccoon in it, but it was good.
The raccoons are my friends.
Are they very rotund raccoons?
Oh yeah, they're like household raccoons.
Raccoons
They're
that are
fat.
in captivity get really, really obese. They cannot be in captivity and not be rotund.
I saw a great video of them like eating food off their little bellies, just laying on their back. Cutest shit I've ever
I
seen.
want one as a pet. Can I have one of them as a pet?
Not one of these, but perhaps you could befriend one since you
I
have
eat food off my
a druid in your party.
I feel targeted.
Well, anyways, he pulls out some little bowls. They look like little wooden shot glasses, and they have the sap in it for you guys to drink
I will pick one up and drink it immediately.
without hesitation.
I guess.
Ooh, space god maple syrup.
I guess we're following him in there.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and Super Troopers syrup chug that shit right down.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm
I'll
just gonna send it.
All right. Upon drinking the draft of syrup, you guys all get really lightheaded and woozy, and you feel a great fatigue pass over you. And then before you know it, everything goes black. You wake up, and you're standing in the very same room over your unconscious bodies, which are lying there on the floor.
Are we dead?
Damn, I look good. Think not dead. Spirit has left the body.
You look down at yourself, and you're like, damn, that is Midgard's ass.
I'm gonna check, because I feel like as a cleric, maybe I would have known about like astral projection or something along the lines of that. I'm gonna check for a silver thread
Okay, yeah, go ahead and check.
attached to myself or everybody else. What do you want me to roll for that?
Religion?
Oh, well, if that's the case, it's a 16. I'll double check, but it's no less than 16. Oh, I stand corrected. It's 13.
There doesn't appear to be a thread. This is not a standard form of astral projection.
Strange drugs from Druid Friend. I don't know why I have Kjorgar talk like that. He has a 10 in intelligence, so he's smarter than...
Dude, you're going awfully
average Joe.
caveman today.
Yeah.
I'm trying to find just the right roleplay voice for him.
Do you think
I haven't
caveman's
hit
the
the-
way?
Well, he's an orc, so I haven't found like quite the right voice for him yet.
That's right. I'd say that's about right. Then. That or go with Treshtar, whatever Matt's previous orc was. He had a solid voice.
No, that one was not intelligent, though.
Well, he was intelligent. He just didn't speak intelligent
Yeah.
common.
Intelligence was not my dumb stat, Dex was.
Solid. Anyways, what are you guys doing? You see that Ginkgo is just sort of like going about his business, tending to his animals, cleaning up. He sort of like puts all of your bodies in a recovery position in case you vomit up some of the syrup in your sleep.
I'm gonna ghost at one of the raccoons.
Its ears sort of like twitch and it sniffs the air, but it doesn't really notice you.
Your friend got us into the situation. What's going on?
I think we must find Journey.
I'm gonna like knowing that we're out of body, just kind of fuck around with physics and like see if I can jump and stay floating or like kind of pass through things, that kind of shit.
Gotcha. Tell me exactly what you're doing.
Like I'm gonna do a little jump and I'm gonna try to like try to.
You look hilarious.
Charlie and the Chocolate Factory.
But you do not
Fans.
snow in the air.
I'm gonna pass my hand, like through my own body to see if it just goes through, or if it stops when I.
It does go through your body.
But can he feel it is the question.
Well,
rub
you don't
of
feel it
nipple.
on your ghost arm or your ghost nipple. Your ghost nipple is unaware of the fondling, which is okay because it's your own body.
Yeah. Why are you touching yourself?
You guys notice?
Takes ghost.
Hold on,
Goes up.
Want to touch female elf.
At least do it to the elf, yeah. I don't know why you're blessed yourself, blessed through the elf.
No.
I mean, I guess I can't do anything with it, but...
Ginkgo suddenly looks around alarmed, and then he starts opening up his cabinets, and he pulls out like a little wand with an odd crystal on it, and he starts writing in the air, and the writing appears in glowing text before you guys, and what it says is, "I hope you're still here in the room. I neglected to mention where you must go.
That would have been helpful.
Otherwise, you will be lost in the world of dreams until you can figure out what the quest exactly is.
It would have been great.
My mistake."
Would have been great to have this brief before we drink the maple syrup.
Who said something, Jack? Oh. What's up, Brando? Yeah, I'm gonna in Old Norse just be singing.
brother.
Don't touch me there. This is my no-no square.
But anyway,
But if you're
he goes on to say, in the ghost text that's floating in the air, you must go to the tree Yggdrasil north via the most direct path, and there you will find the conclusion to your journey.
Could we have walked there with our bodies?
We go north.
Aren't the milks still?
Well, I guess we don't have our bodies, but
Do you guys still have the pictures of the maps that I sent to you?
Yes.
yeah, I believe so.
You may want to reference those for a moment so you can sort of like figure out your path.
That's one of the. I think I have the overall map. Yeah, I do. Okay. So it doesn't zoom in very well, so I can't tell exactly where Passeropolis is on it. Like, which of these three towns is Passeropolis?
Let me
Where-
take a look over there.
Where are we exactly?
Because I know where Yggdrasil is. I'm assuming it's one of those three there.
This is Passeropolis. You're about 2 days north, 1 day north of it. That puts you like in that forest. So the most direct path would probably be up through the mountains, finding some sort of boat, crossing the lake, and going.
Well, we're ethereal. We don't really need to breathe now, do we?
So we're
Perhaps directly through the water.
Perhaps you do, and perhaps you don't.
And
There is
I'm
one way to
assuming
find out.
the very obvious large tree is Yggdrasil.
Perhaps it is labeled in the updated map, which I have neglected to send out to you yet.
How dare you?
Perhaps I
not
should
send it?
print it.
Yeah.
Perhaps. Anyways, do you guys depart post haste, or are you doing anything in particular before you leave?
I mean, that doesn't seem like there's too much that we can do.
Well, I mean, you can do whatever you want. If you wanted to go do jumping jacks, or take a nap, or fuck with
The real
Yeah.
body rests.
yeah.
Onwards. And I'm gonna just walk directly north through the tree.
You try to walk through the tree, and you find out that solid objects apart from your body still have matter.
Don't like this.
It is quite comical, though.
Not entertaining ghost rules. And I'm gonna walk out the door like a normie.
Yeah.
So you go to walk out the door, and this your hand does pass through. Roll me insight.
If it's something like that's a nat 20, so I was gonna guess that maybe the tree had special properties.
The conclusion you come to is things that are more permanent have a more physical presence in this world. Things that are temporary, things that move around, have a more like faint presence. So the door, which commonly moves open and closed,
I
at
walked
that
through the
time
door.
you walk through it.
I informed the rest of them of this thing that I've ascertained.
Excellent. Do you guys have any thoughts on that?
Nope, don't understand. Walk through the door.
Well,
Gotcha.
don't run into things still.
You guys walk out to the forest clearing, and as soon as you depart Ginkgo's house, you notice the entire world around you is bathed in a strange sort of twilight that seems to come from everywhere and nowhere. The forest is entirely still, with not a single woodland creature present from what you could tell. As you move through the forest in the direction of the north vaguely, you notice the shadows around you begin to lengthen in an almost menacing fashion.
Getting dark.
Who here doesn't have dark vision today? No, you don't. Do you?
There's enough light for each of you to see.
I'm just asking for my own knowledge for when I need Eyes of Night to be passed along.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I'm just going to continue trekking through. And then with the background I took, let me double check the way it works, but I pretty much should not be able to get lost. Unless I took what I think I took. It's two different things I think I took. Okay, never mind. I didn't take what I thought to. Okay, I can still get lost.
At what pace would you guys like to move?
Rapid.
Yeah.
Fast?
Yes.
Do I feel like I'm moving any faster than I normally would?
Roll me perception as you guys walk through the woods.
I'm blindly walking through the woods, listening to the footsteps of my friends.
Yeah, you seem more distracted looking around at the shadows that, the best you can tell, appear to be reaching for you, but they don't quite come close at all. You're not entirely certain if this is something that's actually happening or if it's just a trick of the strange light in this place.
I'm still chanting the no square chant at the ever lengthening shadows.
Ghosts, please don't eat my ass.
I really wish that Furble
Hey there,
would've
demons. It's me,
told
your
us about
boy.
it.
I don't think it was in his intent to tell us. I think that's part of the journey.
Well, I mean, the rules and everything, what we can and can't do.
We need to work on your friend selection.
Yeah.
I'm just going to throw this out there. You guys could have asked some more specific questions.
Well, he
Yeah.
just
I'm
downed
gonna
it.
start thinking about flying and see if it does anything, like just really hard, like
Fly.
Give me your best thinking face.
He said thinking, not pooping.
Do both. But I think what I do.
You think really hard about flying, and you imagine it would be great if you could, but you don't fly.
fart a little bit. Ghost fart.
Are you guys doing anything as you walk along? Is anybody else rolling perception, looking around at the woods?
I mean, just passively, just
Keeping
looking
it-
Yeah,
around.
I mean,
My passives are like, I think, 14, so.
If you're moving at a fast pace, you take a -5 to passive perception, just so you guys know.
Well, my fast pace isn't like a full run. It's just I'm not sitting there, just do-do-do,
I'm just
not
going off
leisurely.
the
We're not
travel speed rule.
we don't have locked arms skipping through the forest together.
Yeah.
Like,
This will be a long journey.
We need to sleep in
I don't know. I don't think so. Then again, though, I don't have much understanding of the northern areas or how big they are. I can only assume that this could be a couple months' journey, for all I know.
Go ahead and roll me safe travel. Somebody.
Yeah, my dice are failing me today. Okay, well, yours did too.
Someone else was
You
rolling.
guys burst through the wood line into a clearing, and you notice that you are once again back at the large tree.
You guys have very bad sense of direction.
You lead us.
I would like to look at the sun. Look up towards the sun. Where does it seem to be at in the sky?
You look at it, but it doesn't appear to sit in one space. It's sort of like it's moving, like actively, that you can perceive across the sky as you look at it.
Which way is it moving?
The way the sun moves, west to east.
That was east
East
and
to
west.
west.
Yes.
God bless.
Yeah. Here in the world of dreams, it's moving west to east.
I guess we would know that. So I'm going to look at it, think it's moving east to west, and I'll direct us north from there.
I'm gonna pray to Ular to guide me, and I rolled a 15 on religion.
Hold on. He does have some guidance for you that I have written down in my notes.
Delightful.
Allow me to find it.
Hey there, Lord. It's me, your boy. Rogar.
You hear the voice of Ular himself speaking through the back of your mind. And he says, "The final hunt approaches. You've been a faithful follower thus far. When the time arrives, hunt well. Do me proud."
I'm gonna take my warhammer in both hands and shatter the earth with it as a offering to Ular.
Roll me strength or performance.
That's gonna be fucking high. Hold on. Yeah. 21.
You take a mighty swing. This is a full two-handed swing, all the way back John Henry style, and you split a small portion of the earth open, and a mighty sound, as if thunder had struck, reverberates through the silent forest.
Well, there goes all wildlife.
Have you seen any wildlife yet?
There still hasn't been any wildlife. Let's see. As you guys travel further and further north, the air becomes unnaturally frigid. Although it's the height of the summer season.
Do we feel the temperature change?
Yes, it's quite abrupt, and it's rapidly dropping as you move forward into what appears to be a darker section of the forest. Each of you roll me Constitution. If any of you has any particular advantage against cold environments, make this roll with advantage.
I was gonna say.
Yeah.
Be from home.
I rolled pretty good.
Yeah, okay, that was good.
I got a nat 20, plus I have the advantage.
21.
Was it survival?
Constitution.
Oh, that's even.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Natural 14 plus a bunch. So.
All of your limbs feel absolutely frigid, like your movements are stiff and your face is burning from the cold. You feel generally fatigued. You need to find some sort of source of heat or rest, otherwise you're going to get one level of exhaustion and be at half speed.
All right. Got an idea.
have a thing for that.
You guys could rest. There are materials to start a fire.
Ghost fire.
Yeah, you can go on while I'm.
Yeah. What are you guys doing?
It's cold. I need fire.
Thought nature man.
I come from the name.
Yeah, I thought the nature man was good with the wilds.
I live south, not north.
It's still near the mountains, sir.
Yes, sir. Well, I like to keep warm with moss, but this form has no warmth.
I come from the mountaintops. I'm doing just fine.
I don't come from mountaintops. And
You guys could very well continue on. He'll just.
I'm just gonna-
Behind.
I'll make actually, I'll take 2 large branches, set them on fire, and just let them burn brightly while holding them out at a distance to warm in a, like a small radius around the 2 logs I'm carrying that are just on fire.
It creates some warmth, but they burn rather quickly. So
A whole last log?
how are you gonna ignite a whole ass log?
I'll sit there and burn until the end is it has been ignited, which to do so you can simply do it's like this I don't have the marker. The Swedish style where basically you cut notches in at different angles so that it burns pretty much in the center and allows airflow through.
Mm-hmm.
But you don't take it all the way down, which is where I would rest those in my arms or fairly large hands and just kind of hold them, at a distance. And then when it gets too close, I'll drop them and stamp them out.
Okay, they generate enough heat to revitalize you a little bit. You're able to move once again a little bit more easily, and you guys can continue to travel. One thing you do observe about the fire that's odd is while it does generate heat, it doesn't appear to generate any more light, almost as if the darkness is fighting back against the light itself.
We exist in the space of my gods, the twilight.
It looks like it's about time for a 10-minute break, gents.
Oh, yeah.
You guys ready to call it?
Yeah, we'll be right back to you guys in a few minutes.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Ales and Scales D&D. I am Randy Royce, your DM and host for the evening. A brief synopsis of what happened before the break. Our brave adventurers, Osborne, Gunnar, Korgar, and Carillion, met a strange man out in the woods named Ginkgo Goldenseal, who gave them a sacred task, specifically to Osborne, to venture to the far north, to the World Tree, Yggdrasil,
That's good.
to gain some ancient knowledge that must be passed down for some undisclosed reason. And so far, they've been taking this spiritual journey through the world of dreams, which is a strange realm of twilight that mirrors their usual reality. They've been traveling through to the north and experienced a strange dark portion of the forest that was met with extreme cold that caused some small delay. But other than that, they have continued freely without any issue. What would you guys like to do?
My character is pretty comfortable being in twilight settings, especially with how the winters are down south. Like, it's constant darkness. Pretty much, for the viewers, my hometown's pretty much like Alaska, where there's several months of darkness and several months of just daylight. So he's used to it.
Yep, and thanks to you burning those logs, he's nice and warmed up now. So Osborne is no longer stiff and frozen. He's back to his good old self, and you guys are trucking along.
I'm gonna hold one of the logs lower to warm the old leggies and giblets.
Your
Can't have
giblets
that
are
be-
now nice and toasty.
Don't want frostbite on that, friend. Promise.
Each of you roll me perception.
Ooh.
14.
18.
Alright. 15.
15.
Yeah. Have good story for campfire later.
22.
Yeah, sounds like there's
All
a
right.
story there.
So every one of you hears a sound like a strong wind rushing through the trees. But you also quickly observe that there is no wind, and there hasn't been any wind since you've arrived in this realm.
Forest playing tricks on us.
Not the forest. The shadows.
Any of you who chances to look up at the treetops, you notice a swarm of spiders made out of pure darkness descending upon you. Roll initiative.
Yeah.
Spiders did 9/11.
Good initiative.
10 flat.
16.
13.
13 as well.
But I have higher decks.
That's 4.
DJ. What you roll, Dean?
10 flat.
10 flat.
I would go
back here.
before TJ.
And Korgar, what you roll? I mean, Gunnar?
16.
16. That puts you ahead.
He does his backwards.
And give me this.
Yeah, he does his backwards.
He does his, the way I write my health as a DM, he does it backwards too. I count up and he counts down.
Well, it looks like Gunnar's going first.
Right.
What you doing, brother? These are all, they're at a point where they're basically, they have you guys surrounded,
Oh. that was the other way.
and they're no more than 10 feet in the air, so you could probably swing and hit some of these if you wish to do so.
Pulling out the great sword, and I'm going to send it.
All right, full send.
So I do the D20 first.
Yeah, you roll to hit with your d20. So you're going to add strength plus proficiency. Which your proficiency is 2, by the way. We forgot to write it down.
So 19, 21.
Yeah, correct.
So 21.
Yeah, that hits.
And then
Which weapon are you using?
my great sword.
Yeah, so roll your d6 twice. Yeah.
5, 2, so 7.
Plus your strength, so plus 3. Not that you're adding. So you're missing it right now. Your proficiency bonus is a +2. When you roll the hit, it is the total between the two. When you roll your damage, it is only the strength that you're adding to it, or the modifier of said weapon. So for that, you had a 7, so you had 10 damage.
Oh, 10 damage then.
Also, you have Great Weapon Master. If you roll a 1 or a 2, you can re-roll that to a higher damage, just for the future, so you know.
Okay.
All right, you take a mighty swing with your greatsword, and you cut straight through the midst of a big group of these shadow spiders, and they seem to recede a little bit, but not entirely. They're voracious little buggers, and they continue to swarm all around you guys. And up next, we have Carillion.
Non-net 20.
All right. Know what to do.
Yep. That's only 10 damage. So. Forgot to use my steady aim. But that's okay.
Same
So
deal.
remember that's-
You hit
is the
them
number
with
that's
an
at the top.
accurate strike,
That's
and the
the-
darkness seems to recede just a little bit before it begins to close on you guys once again. Up next, we have Osborne.
You know what? I'll do. I'll cast Summon Beast. I'm gonna summon a. I'll summon a land beast.
What sort of land beast?
I'm gonna summon. I'll summon a wolf. It's going to take the shape of a wolf.
All right. How does it materialize? Describe it to me. Use your words. Paint a picture.
I'm gonna howl, and all of a sudden, just like sparkly light forms into a spiritual wolf. A giant
All right.
spiritual wolf.
You now have a spiritual wolf. What is the spiritual wolf doing?
Hey, wait! I can still go.
What are you doing?
And then a bonus action, because I have Spell Sniper, I'm going to cast Elemental Whip as a cantrip. I'm going to choose fire.
All right.
You hear somebody in the background being dragged back into their house
That
at their
is
wife's
a-
demand.
20 plus 5, so it's 25 to hit.
All right. Let me go ahead. Roll me another nat 20.
You need another d20?
Yes, that's what I mean.
That's it.
That is exactly what I mean.
4. Just a flat 4.
The subtlety.
You deal maximum possible damage with your dice.
This Elemental Whip is
I like
2d6 fire damage, so 12 damage.
All right.
Fire damage.
You swing this fire whip around, and when this travels through the space where the shadow spiders are, they screech and recede rapidly. You cut straight through a large mass of them that was just about to descend upon Carillion while she was stabbing another group, and they vanish into thin air. One group of them appears to be gone. And up next, we have Korgar, Night Touch.
How close is everybody to me?
You guys are all like in the center of the area, close to back, unless you guys want to be arranged
My beast
otherwise.
turn.
Oh yeah, don't forget the wolf. The spirit wolf gets to do stuff.
I'm going to I'm gonna do a non-standard action.
What would you like?
I'm gonna take one of my flaming logs and huck it at a group of the spiders.
Roll me a strength-based attack roll. You may add your proficiency.
I'm pretty sure that'll hit. 17
Okay.
plus 5.
You absolutely do hit. I'll let you roll 2d6 plus strength and a d4 for fire damage.
3 fire damage and 10 regular damage. And then for my movement, I'm gonna take the final log, hold it outstretched in front of my arms, and for 30 feet spin in circles around the group.
Gotcha.
Like I'm basically gorilla spinning with the log.
So you launch this massive flaming hunk of wood into the spiders that immediately begin reeing at the top of their tiny lungs, and another mass of these filthy creatures explodes into dust or darkness or whatever they're composed of and vanishes. And then while you run around in a circle with this remaining flaming log, a large mass of the spiders around you guys backs up just a little bit before trying to find another way around you.
The visual I have right now.
Now,
That's exactly what you think the visual
the
is.
spiders, filled with rage at the loss of their brethren, if they even have some sort of comradeship, being shadows and being spiders, they move in to attack you guys. And the first group does not hit any.
Suck our collective balls.
Does an 11 hit you?
No.
How do we know that?
Does a 21 hit you?
So he has to have at least a 16 to hit me?
Yes.
Okay.
Fellow Randy,
What?
does a 21 hit you?
Yes.
Yes. All right. Hold on one moment. You take 7 damage. And one more attack coming right up.
I don't even know what armor I have. Let me see that.
13.
On me?
Yeah. All right. Yeah. You're spider proof for the moment. After that first round of attack, all of the darkness spiders recede into the forest. You guys could take attacks of opportunity if you would like.
Absolutely. That's a natural 15, so that's a 21.
Yep.
my
10
wolf.
damage.
Tell me what you're doing. How would you like to do this?
Hmm. Well, I'm just going to shoot an arrow right through their many eyes.
Gotcha. You
Yeah.
find a particularly dense mass of the little buggers crawling all over themselves to escape. And you're like, no! And you blast straight through them with this arrow, which basically turns them into mist, which dissipates into the greater darkness surrounding.
It's the chunky guy from Jurassic Park.
What about the rest of you? You guys each get attacks of opportunity as the
Yep.
little spiders run away.
My wolf would like to attack.
He
He
may.
rolled 2 18s, so that's 23 total for both attacks.
Each of those is going to hit.
He's going to do 20 points of damage,
All right.
piercing damage.
How would you like to do this?
So it's.
My wolf would
strength.
just like to eat all the rest of the Twilight spiders. He's jumping up and eating them.
No, you're gonna roll
He wolves down those spiders like Escanor when he meddles in the affairs of Shadow Realm. He just eats the
You know where they're
darkness.
coming from.
It vanishes into whatever serves as
That's the
a
hardest part.
stomach for a spirit
I
wolf.
just try to make sure that I'm adding the right bonuses.
And then I would like to pet my spiritual wolf.
He is most pleased.
I want to pet the spiritual wolf as well.
You may. You have 10 foot of reach, so you may.
Are we
from a
clear of
distance.
combat?
That's what I'm doing.
Yeah.
The spiders have gone into the woods for the moment.
I'm gonna go retrieve my one extra burning log and take them back into my arms.
You,
So I'm gonna look off into the forest as I'm picking it up and do this number, and I'm gonna start swinging the other log above my head.
as soon as you make your display, what appears to be the shadow version of giant wolf spiders comes out of the woods, following the retreat of the smaller swarm. There's about 8 of them.
Oh.
And we're back up to the top of the round with Kugar. What are you doing?
I'm attacking.
Go that last
Yeah, you did. You threw your log. We did. That was our first complete round.
Oh, really? Well,
Yeah.
oh,
And I got a 23 on that.
Oh yeah. You absolutely hit.
Yeet.
What is your damage?
hey, Randy,
Good enough.
look at the bottom row of the DM mini stack over there.
Imagine this, but composed entirely of darkness.
It is a wolf spider.
11.
How would you want to do this? Describe to me how you kill this beast composed solely of darkness.
Fuck you and the mustache you rode in on. I'd swing my great sword backwards and hit him like a fucking baseball.
It's glorious. not only does the guard of your greatsword pierce through him, you follow through with the swing, and you just launch him off into the woods. He disappears into the surrounding twilight and literally ceases to exist. And after him, is that your turn?
Yes.
Brilliant. What are you doing?
Okay, well, since I haven't moved, I'm going to use my steady aim to give myself advantage. So, on my attack. Okay, 17.
Yep, it's gonna hit.
And that is a 14 damage.
How you want to do this?
The arrow's going to go straight through the big ass on the ghost spider and
The
just
thorax, I believe it's called.
yeah, that thing. And it's just going to explode him.
Yes, and it is a thing of beauty. There's no bug guts, merely just concentrated darkness that vanishes very quickly after appearing. And coming up next, we have Osborne and his spiritual wolf.
So as a bonus
Now
action,
full of darkness spiders.
as a bonus action, I would like to cast Wild Shape.
Yes.
I would like to Wild Shape into a giant toad.
All right, you're a giant toad.
And I would like to.
Do you have orange eyeliner?
Sure.
Excellent.
And I would like to hop up to one of the wolf spiders, bite it.
All right, do so.
Does it's a 19 plus 23.
Yeah, that's gonna hit. Roll your damage.
Good idea. I'll explain during break.
It'll be 5 plus. Is there the immune to poison? The wolf spiders?
Yeah.
So that's going to be 14 total damage.
All right. You jump forward, or should I say you hop forward, and you bite this massive wolf spider. And just before you do, you perceive what you can only imagine to be fear in all 8 of its glowing red eyes that are composed
Tastes like
solely of
coconut
energy.
apple
And you destroy it utterly. It now ceases to exist.
Oh man, I didn't get to swallow it. Alright, and then my spiritual beast will attack. It'll run up to one and take its bite. And that will be a non-natural 20 for both hits.
Jeez. Yeah, it's going to hit.
Sheesh!
It'll hit
In the
for
spirit of Matt.
18 damage.
And he is also going to take out one of these spiders. That I think I said there was 8, so there's 4 giant wolf spiders left, unless I'm mistaken. And we are now to Korgar, Night Touched.
Okay.
You've concluded.
I'm still two-handing
Yeah.
my Warhammer. I'm gonna roll to hit as my main attack. 14 plus 3, 4, 5. So 19 to hit.
Yep, that's going to hit.
9 damage for main damage, and I'm gonna bonus action spiritual weapon.
All right. You said 9 damage?
Correct. And then let me reread spiritual weapon real quick, because I think the first turn you do make an attack with it. So I'm gonna roll to hit with spiritual weapon, and that's a 19 plus bonuses.
That's going to hit.
For 6 damage.
How do you want to do this?
Don't worry. I'll say a prayer for you.
I'm gonna fucking smash it once, and then as its head's down, bonus action my spiritual weapon, and then lop his fucking head off with it.
You lob it off, and it flies into the surrounding twilight, dissipating into mist.
I roar at it.
If it were still alive, it would be thoroughly intimidated.
Good.
It's not alive. You're
friends
actually
are,
not.
though.
You're not sure if it ever was truly alive. So now there's 3 of them left, and after that rousing round of combat, they sort of like run off into the woods, basically as quickly as a spider can move on its little legs. But then you notice the air gets cold once again, and the surrounding light seems to dim.
Is it dark?
That doesn't sound.
It is. Only those of you with dark vision can see.
Eyes of night.
I was gonna say.
I'm really glad there's a bunch of people in this party that don't have dark vision, so it actually made it useful.
Yeah, it's really handy. You guys see everything in shades of gray, those of you that can see, which is all of you now.
Yeah, they have my 300 feet of dark vision.
And
I
what you
don't need
see
it now, but I'll take it.
is 8 massive glowing eyes approaching you from the forest. It is the largest spider you have ever seen. Even, you would say, slightly larger than the Spider Woman that you've encountered in the woods. And it moves to attack you. And it's going to attack Gunnar first.
Get some.
Does the Emil from Halo? I'm ready. How are you?
Luckily, it's not particularly skilled. And you are. So as this thing lunges forward almost faster than the eye can perceive, you naturally duck under it and roll to the side. And it was almost laughingly easy that you dodged this.
At that point, if it rolls past me, I'm going to attack
You may.
with my greatsword. For a 23.
That's going to hit.
Excellent.
And then 10.
23 hits, 10 does not.
No, it's 10 damage.
10 damage.
Oh, okay. I thought you might have used your action surge or something.
No. My bad.
No, you're good. All right, 10 damage. Is that your turn?
Yes.
Carillion, you're up.
Okay. I want to give myself advantage
Oh,
with
steady.
steady aim since I haven't moved. I needed it. 19.
It's gonna hit.
That's just the green.
Whopping 10 damage out of that.
No, but I'm-
All right. It is a solid hit. It passes into it with a thunk. But it doesn't appear to be very much phased. Not yet.
Mm.
And coming up next, we have Osborne and his spiritual wolf.
Yeah, I was a giant toad. I'm gonna hop over to it and try to bite it. Does a 12 hit?
No, it does not. You go to hit it, and it very quickly moves out of the way.
Alright, then my wolf will bite it. That will be a 17 and then also another 12.
17 hits, the 12 does not.
A D10. It's going to be 16 damage on it.
It is a solid bite, and he sort of like pulls its leg out from the side and very briefly knocks it off balance. Very briefly. It quickly regains its footing, and up next we have... Sorry, brains were missing. It's the lack of the good sleep. Poor guard.
Alright, that landed completely point up. The chances of that happening are very strange. For a D20 at least. That's only 11 for the first attempt.
That's gonna miss.
Okay, and then my bonus action, I'm gonna spiritual weapon. Wow, that's 2 in a row that have fucking been retarded. 14.
That is going to hit.
Seven damage on the second hit, and that's force damage.
Magic damage. Alright, and it is a solid hit. Coming up next to the spider It's going to go ahead and it's going to shoot its web.
Oh.
Roll.
It's like somebody
12.
shooting their head with
No.
it.
And that's the end of the use of digital dice for the evening. Yeah, you shoot it, but you see this massive thing move around and take aim, and no part of you was about to stand there and get caught up in such an obvious trap. And you sort of like do a side flip and get out of the way.
Absolutely the fuck not.
It's laughably easy. Anyways, back up to the top of the round.
I guess I'm going at it again with the great sword. Oof. And I did not hit. I rolled a 1.
You run at it, and you go to make one of those John Henry swings like I described earlier, and instead you slip on some slick ground, and you sort of like belly flop right in front of the spider, and your sword slides directly underneath it. And following him is Krillian.
Okay, I'm gonna use steady aim to get myself advantage again. May have needed it. Okay, that's a natural 19.
All right, you hit it.
Let's see, 9 plus 4, 13. Or, yeah, 13. 15.
15 damage?
Mm-hmm.
How would you like to do this?
I'm just gonna shoot him right in his big mouth.
Right in its big stupid face.
Yeah.
You hit it, and it lets out a silent screech, and it just fades off into the surrounding twilight. The clearing seems much brighter now that the spiders have retreated.
Is it possible to retrieve my arrows?
Yes, every one of your arrows that you fired is undamaged.
Okay.
So you have every one of those back.
Cute.
All right, what would you guys like to do?
I'm gonna pray to Uller. He may or may not hear me. See,
He's on the toilet.
maybe. Yeah, it's only an 8 on religion. Just praying for guidance.
You pray, but he doesn't have any particular guidance for you now. What would each of you like to do?
Well, I guess I'm just gonna think very, very hard about finding Yggdrasil and just kind of let that try to guide me. Like just actively thinking on it and like being very self-aware of it.
So you do so, and you sort of get like a strong feeling that's directing you to the north. Basically, the direction you were going. Having looked at maps, you guys know that the most direct route is basically through the valley, through like past the next few frontier towns, straight across the lake via boat, across like the mountains that separate this land from the Northlands, and over the road to hell.
I'm just going to continue walking that way with my
Mm-hmm.
burning logs, and just as they start to get close, I'll put them out, chop more logs, and continue on that way.
Gotcha. You do so. And it basically has the same effect. Having acclimated to the cold, though, you guys don't appear to be having any more issues. They do provide a comfortable warmth as you travel, although your arm's getting a little tired.
As I'm putting out the logs, though, I'm going to leave them at like, I'm going to chop logs that are equivalently sized so that I know that every however many hours or however many minutes it took for them to burn, I can follow them back as like a pathway.
Okay.
Almost.
So like a trail of breadcrumbs, almost.
Yeah.
So you guys have only been traveling for a few hours, including your combat. But you look around, and based off of just memory, looking at maps, and sort of like you guys scouted out the frontier before you decided where you were going, because you all sort of had this plan together. And you're actually right at the edge of the evergreen wood, which is really odd. And the reason is that would normally be several days' travel, but you've only been traveling for several hours. If any of you looks like off to the side, like at the distant terrain to your left or right as you travel north, you notice it sort of like warps. It doesn't look natural. It appears to pass by faster than it would, almost as if you were traveling somewhere on a train, or the medieval equivalent of a train.
Multiple horses.
Yes, a really fast wagon.
Horse trade.
Chariot. But yes, that's what you observe. You're now at the edge of the evergreen wood, and the shadows are once again beginning to lengthen menacingly, but they haven't made any moves to stop you.
Boy, shadows, fuck off, you don't want this.
You do notice after this very brief time traveling, you're all famished, and you're tired. More tired than you ought to be from the little bit of combat that you experienced and the short time that you've been here.
Pull out some of my ghost jerky rations and eat some of my ghost jerky.
It's delicious.
I'm gonna share some with the party.
I got something better. I'll cast Good Berry and hold out 10 berries.
You couldn't have done that first. Now one more thing of ghost jerky.
Yep. So you expended your ghost jerky and you all have good berries, which sate you. You guys all feel hale and strong again. Any of you that happens to look up at the sky, you notice that the moon is there, although the light has not changed. It is doing the same thing where it's moving backwards across the sky and is discernible.
That guy's gonna just kind of think to himself. I don't know if you want to roll for it, but just kind of contemplating on the passage of time here, and he's kind of come to a conclusion in his own mind that maybe things in the real world are passing pretty much as time's moving quicker here, it's passing in real life at that rate back home.
Mm-hmm.
Or our bodies.
It's a strong possibility, but you're not entirely sure.
He's-
Time and space could be really weird in this region.
Yeah, I'm making the party aware of my concerns, but
Well, I suppose let's not stay too long in this realm.
Indeed. We gotta make sure we beat that Titan Force group back to town so that they can't claim our prize.
Shit.
Little fuckers.
Yeah, and that is a legitimate concern. If they go there and find it cleared out, maybe they'll go back to town and say, hey, look what we did.
That's okay. I had no loot from it.
Let's say they don't have the cloak that woman wanted.
we've got the clock, and at this point I'll share to the party about the shard that I found. I also found this, and it's like a shard of a blade with Aesir runes on it.
You, well, don't care.
Well, that should be enough to prove that
You
we
should
go.
care, though. Very significant find. The Aesir even guide the woodlands, so to find their language on an old blade is something of concern.
He can't read his own language, let alone someone else's.
I got him the ABC book.
He's still not retarded, though.
A few observations about the sword is, despite the fact that it's in the tomb, it is in pristine condition. And it glistens in the light, which is very minimal at this point. It almost seems to brighten the area by its mere presence. Yeah, I can't make a noise like that. I'm just going to go with what you did. It was much better.
I like your little attempt at it, though.
Yeah, I
tried.
can't. Yeah. We're just going to forget that happened. Let's fast forward 10 seconds in the future.
Okay, it's recorded on video, so.
Too late. My shame is captured forever.
For future viewers, shame.
Yeah.
Shame.
Take a moment to enjoy my shame.
Ding 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 ding.
Shame.
Oh, it's passed. All right. Is there anything in particular you guys would like to do as you travel? You notice that you are fed, but you're still awfully tired.
We need to sleep as spirits.
I have a feeling we need to move as fast as we can, get back to our bodies.
I agree. We need to get this done and over with.
I'm gonna just trek along.
Yeah.
Okay. You guys move along, and although the shadows do that thing where they're still following you very closely, but just on the fringe of eyesight, they don't seem to get in your way.
Yeah,
Roll perception.
as we're moving, I'm holding Ular's symbol out into the twilight ahead of us.
And it sort of does brighten your path.
21.
You look into the forest and you see something that really surprises you. You see what looks like your wife. And she disappears off into the woods.
Didn't know I had a wife.
I thought, didn't you have like a family in a village?
My mother, father, and younger brother.
You see your mother. She disappears into the woods.
At that point, obviously, as anyone who's recently lost a family member, I'm going to randomly just run to the woods to where I
I'm
thought
gonna,
I
as
saw her.
soon as he starts running off the trail, I'm gonna grab him.
I'm gonna use my ghost hand to help.
Roll an opposing strength check. And you
I'm
may roll with advantage since you're being assisted.
I rolled pretty good in the first place. By the way, when it's opposing, you're gonna roll
Yeah,
strength.
you're going to roll strength as well. Higher strength is going to win.
Okay, I won. Out of 17 plus 3, so on that 20. Yeah. Don't follow. Strange magic. Not who you think.
I see my mother.
You know your mother?
This isn't the
Not
kind
the
of place you
tough
want to
girl.
run around.
Go hug a tree.
Brent,
Yes, I see my mother.
strange magic.
Under tree.
This is not who you think it is. Do not follow.
You may hug the tree.
Simple
It
trick
seems
by the
happier.
darkness.
I think at this point, obviously, with me thinking I'm seeing my mother, I'm going to bring up the fact that I am carrying my mother and my father and my younger brother with me in this urn, Kogar. Be like, I have their ashes here.
Your true family would not lead you astray. In fact, they guide you actively with it. They will
Maybe
not
that was my
believe-
mom trying to show me a sign.
You guys notice that the air is suddenly considerably warmer, and off in the direction that your mother ran comes the glow of firelight, and you could see smoke just over the trees.
I tell him, 1 second, I ask for guidance. 14 on religion. To pray to Ular to ask for his guidance on the matter.
And what exactly are you asking?
Ular, sorrowful friend, seeing strange things. Is it friend or foe?
Well, certainly not friend. I can't tell what it is, but I only sense darkness around you.
My friend, it is simply a trick by the darkness. Follow not. A guise to lead us astray.
All right. I trust you.
I'm gonna put the holy symbol on him so it may block whatever is trying to invade his mind and pull his memories.
You place the holy symbol on him, and the first thing you guys notice is the area off to the east. It's no longer on fire. It's retained. It's gone back to normal, basically. The other thing you notice is there's a very tall, lanky creature staring from around one of the trees with a giant bulbous set of eyes that are blacker than night.
Is he in the direction that my mom was?
He is. And he has long, needle-like teeth and massive claws that reach just around the tree. All that's visible is his claws and his face, but he's very misshapen.
I'm going after him.
Wait. Have a better idea. I'm gonna lean him in, or the party in, and I'm gonna basically make it so I'm facing the creature and have direct line of sight with it at all times as I lean in and tell them the plan. I'm gonna hunter's mark it That way I am constantly aware of its position and presence, and until I either kill it or Hunter's Mark. Well, actually, no. Hunter's Mark does not end until it's dead. It'll keep us aware of its presence.
Not friend, no hug. Weird
Not
creature.
friend.
Do not hug that thing.
Hug it.
For this one.
How's the hunter mark? Is it a wisdom check or is it just
No, it's just
apply?
instantaneous.
All right.
No save, nothing. And I'll double check it for your sanity.
Okay, just to be sure.
But
I think that
Very
that
well
is how it
works.
works.
I'm still thinking of Tark. I don't have Hunter's Mark. Glad I checked my spells. We've played too many characters recently.
We need to
Sorry, stream friends, but
That's fair.
So now can I go fight it?
Yeah.
now I'm just gonna cast Sanctuary. Then
I would like to wave at the creature.
It sort of licks its lips and it disappears behind the tree.
That's not concerning at all.
I'm gonna cast Sanctuary on myself.
And what does that do?
So you ward a creature within range against attack until the spell ends, which it's 1 minute. Any creature who targets the warded creature with an attack or harmful spell must make a wisdom saving throw. On failed save, the creature must choose a new target or lose the attack or spell. The spell doesn't protect from AoE effects, like a fireball, for instance.
Okay, gotcha. It's disappeared behind the tree, and you guys can no longer see it. It hasn't moved to attack you.
I'm going to push all of them to the front, so I'm the first thing that could possibly be hit. And then I'm going to continue to guide them through using what Ular gave me as a sense, or I don't even remember what check that was that gave me that sense, but to the direction.
All right, yeah, you guys continue to head in the right direction, and any of you that chances to look off to your side, you can see this thing stalking you through the woods. It is really, really tall. Its legs are unnaturally long, and it moves in a gross way through the woods.
Would you say it's rather slender?
Yes.
I would like to wave at it every time I see it.
It just sort of has the same reaction where it just like licks its needle-like teeth and disappears back into the surrounding darkness each
There's a
time.
reason it hasn't attacked yet.
First.
It's just hungry. You need food.
You hear something whisper in your ear, Osborne, and what it says is,
Something's whispering to me.
What to say?
We won't make it to the tree.
Now can I go kill it?
You know what helps with keeping people from the world tree? If you lick my butthole.
I'll repeat back what he said. Whispers.
the whispers don't respond, but instead, Gunnar, you hear something whisper to you. It's like, I have your family with me out here in these woods. They miss you an awful lot.
At that point, I'm going to look into the woods. I'm going to look at the team. And I'm going to dash towards the creature in the woods.
I'm going to once again try to stop him.
On assist.
First, roll me dexterity to see if you react quickly enough to stop him. It's opposing once again.
Is that the
Oh,
saving
you're
throw or?
Oh,
Okay, yeah, I do. You got that one?
Alright. Yeah, so I'm not even going to have them roll strength because you did so poorly.
damn it.
I rolled a non-nat 20 for strength too, so.
In your rage, you run straight into a tree that is so dark that you just didn't observe it in the low light.
But did I take the tree out?
You make a sizable mark in the tree, almost like someone who's over 6 foot tall and 300 pounds ran into it full speed.
Gunnar, that's not how you hug tree.
Yeah, you hurt the tree's feelings.
I would like to
Osborne,
go
you're
up,
aware of this.
I would like to go up and hug the tree and whisper in its ear, "It's okay. He's a big idiot."
My friends, I think we should stop and rest a while.
We don't want too much time.
Do you
Captain.
trust me, my friend?
Yes.
I cast sleep on him. He's a willing creature.
Okay.
You son of a bitch.
Yeah, who carries him?
Now we're gonna wait.
I know. I was gonna say we should stop and rest. I need to recover spell slots.
Gonna wait for you guys to go to sleep.
You hear
And then I'll
whispering
go
in
for
your
the-
ear. Would you like your arm back, elf?
Well, I'm managing pretty well without it, so I don't
Yeah.
need it.
Plus, she gives a hell of an OTPA
It's that ghost hand.
or an under the table
Nobody would know.
OTTH. Table.
It whispers into your ear. It's like, disciple of Uller, how would you like a bow that never misses its target?
That'd be pretty fucking sick if you weren't some kind of fucking demon.
I didn't need to roll for anything. Actually. So, since we're gonna stop to rest for a little while,
Elf, I'll take first shift.
I'll do my trance and then I'll
take
watch
the rest.
Is there any
Wake me up if you start hearing whispers.
good moss beds around?
No, none in particular. The ground here is very hard and covered with roots.
You have lots of deer pelts. Well, one elk, one deer.
Yeah, that should make a suitable bed for you.
I'll lay him down.
That's not to let the animals go to waste, right?
Is there any rotten vegetables around here? Maybe like it would be a back of town.
There doesn't appear to be any wholesome plant life anywhere in the vicinity.
I hate this place.
Yeah, so
Then I'll put down my deer pelt and elk pelt next to the giant Goliath and cuddle with them after I take off my robes.
Can't do anything about
I'm
it.
already asleep, but I can only assume.
yeah,
I
if you
have some
start hearing
sense of
whispers,
comfort.
wake me up.
So you're deep in dreamland, Gunnar, and you feel a sort of presence reaching into the back of your mind, sort of like pushing against your mental barriers, but it's unable to break through. A bright white light that you can perceive, but you're not exactly sure how, since you don't really see it through sight. You just feel like it's there, in between you and the target. Prevents it from coming in. And you sleep rather soundly after that. It doesn't try again.
I'm thinking Always Sunny in Philadelphia. I gave him the symbol of Ular. Today the gang finds God.
You sit up, and you're actually quite fatigued, but you're alert enough that you're not going to fall asleep on a watch. You notice this thing is just sort of like, it's like squatting like out in the trees watching you guys, and it has like a very weird form when it's hunched over. Its huge long arms are just sort of like at its size, and if its posture, its whole posture looks like it's just a spring ready to let loose. But it's not making any sort of move, it's just watching unblinkingly from the darkness.
In the time during my shift, I'm gonna carve with like a tree branch a fucking massive rune of Uller, and then encircle it, and then I'm gonna take out of my cleric's pack and burn incense.
Gotcha. You do that, and the air feels a little bit cleaner. When you look back to where the creature was squatting, you notice it's no longer there. The clearing does seem a little bit more bright now.
So as we switch shifts, I'm gonna make him aware of it, and I'm gonna give him some of my extra incense to burn.
Make sure this burns as long as we sleep.
Okay.
All right, looks like we're a little bit past 1903. We're going to go ahead and take our 10-minute break. Thanks for those of you that tuned in, and we'll be right back in 10 minutes. everybody, and welcome back to Ales and Scales D&D. I am once again your host, Randy Royce, and tonight's DM. When we last left our brave heroes, they were traveling through the world of dreams, still in the direction of the world tree Yggdrasil, and some strange demon has been following them every single step of the way. He has just stayed in the fringe of the darkness just beyond sight so far, and he's whispered some strange things in their ears, but otherwise has left the party alone, and they've taken a brief moment to rest. That's where you guys are now. And you guys actually, you all sort of like, those of you that are asleep, you come awake all at once. And you're not startled awake. What you notice is, although it's been a very short period of time, you feel well rested, as if you've slept for a full 8 hours.
I would like to stretch.
I'm gonna ask
completely naked next
really
to my
how
buddy.
long we were actually asleep for, since we switched shifts.
No more than 30 minutes.
So total 4.5 hours dinner time. With full rest, basically.
That's strange. Why does time seems to move?
I'm gonna go ahead and take the ash from the incense that was burned, and I'm gonna fucking swipe marks of Ular onto everybody's foreheads. And then I'm gonna, like, bless them. Like, a quick prayer.
What are you saying?
Ular, guide us through the dark.
Ular hears your prayer, and he does what he can. But his influence in the world of dreams is not the strongest.
By the way, my guy does have his marks of Ular tattooed on his hands as well. Just so, because I did state that I gave him my holy symbol, but I made sure that I had that tattooed onto my hand, basically.
Gunnar, you're now awake and well rested. You could tell the party about what you experienced while you were sleeping, or you could keep it to yourself. That's your choice.
I'm more pissed off that I'm waking up to this smelly ass trying to be my little spoon,
He's trying to keep you warm.
and why he's fucking naked laying next to me.
Well, he was freezing to death before, so perhaps it was for safety.
Isn't that how you stay
For
warm?
warmth, yeah.
That's how you stay warm.
I was plenty warm.
He wasn't.
I did not consent to him coming up to me naked. So I'm kicking him off of me.
He very rudely kicks you out of your previously comfortable position.
What is wrong, Gunnar?
You're naked next to me, and you smell.
I smell like forest, and it was wrong being naked. You were born naked. You will be buried naked.
I will not be buried naked.
He's like,
So-
I'm not a peasant.
So if you want to cuddle with him, like bathe regularly. That's what he's saying.
Oh, and then get naked and smell with them. Okay.
As long as you don't smell, as long as you
Maybe
smell
short, but it
better.
sure smells like a foot.
I'll rub my needles next time I cuddle with him.
Yeah, just to explain
courtesy.
my phone use to both the audience and the DM, it's because I'm switching back and forth between these to actively manage bots and such.
Yes, do not fret about the phone usage. It's all practical. So you guys have this conversation, and as you're writing your symbols of Ular using these incense ashes on everyone's foreheads, you hear a maniacal chuckling coming from the, I almost said the rooftops, but the treetops is what I meant.
I want to laugh too. I want to be like, what's funny?
And you see this this demon just arms and legs spread out, holding itself over this clearing where you are, just hands and legs on either end of the opening, and you see its massive body. It is like emaciated, and it's got spikes all over it, and it boasts a massive pair of wings that block out the entire sky.
I'm gonna cast Moonbeam.
Do you want to do that?
It's radiant damage. And yes, I do. Absolutely. Make a con save. It is the creature, correct?
Yes.
Okay, then yes.
What's your save?
What's your roll? 12.
16.
Okay, yeah, you passed it.
It laughs and it takes off into the sky and flies out of sight.
Seems like it's a coward. So.
Maybe he just wanted to be tickled.
No.
I'm going to tickle you with my great
what
sword.
is this? You might like that though.
I didn't realize I get a notification every time somebody makes a roll, so I keep seeing a blue bubble pop up.
Oh.
What is this?
So is the thing gone?
As you could tell. As far as you could tell.
I guess it's time to get dressed and move on.
You should have never been undressed.
Why not?
Brilliant. Roll
You were next to
perception.
me.
Nat 20.
The hairs on the back of your neck suddenly stand up. And you turn around and you see a massive claw poised to grasp you from the darkness.
I want to go ahead and back away from that.
As soon as you do, it retreats, having been noticed. But it's not gone, it's merely following you from the shadows.
I say we kind of walk in like a all kind of not back to back, but each of us facing a different corner.
I say you give me the green light and let me go at this fucker.
If we wander off, though, we start again, as we learned earlier. If we're on the wrong trail, we end up back at the start. And I am saying this in character.
We don't want to be here any longer than we need to, so we need to focus.
It can't bother us anymore if I kill it.
We
We
don't
need
know
it to seek us, not us seek it. When the time is right, we do so.
You guys are all talking amongst each other, and you're sort of like watching every direction, and you see this thing very unstealthily creeping out of the woods. It's almost comical. It's,
I go at it with my great sword.
yes, do it.
Oh no.
12.
That is not going to hit it. But it is going to hit you.
It will probably hurt.
I got this.
You're going to take 8 damage.
I'm going to use Stone's Endurance.
All right.
Bold move, God. Pays off.
Oh yeah?
4.
So you split the damage, basically.
Yeah. So it took 4 damage.
All right. Yep.
At that point, can I also use an action surge?
Yeah, you can use your action surge if you want to.
I do. I want to fight this one.
I wish you were better at swinging a sword.
8.
You're going to miss.
I do.
As soon as you do, it's going to pass directly through you, disappear into the shadow.
See, there's no point in trying to fight
I
it.
beckon him back. I told you, don't chase it.
It's just trying to lead us away from the path.
What do you
Carry on.
Lunar?
I would like to get dressed.
Are you going to take that? Or are you going to let that demon punk you?
Don't let the DM goad you.
I'm not actually here. I'm just a figment of your imagination.
I've been having that a lot lately. At this point, I will humble myself and listen to my friends because I'm at 2 strikes. So,
Yeah, maybe you should let our strongest parties in
if you can't read, don't talk shit to me.
That's pretty fair.
I can read. What are you talking about?
My name is Valorax and I speak for the trees. What did the trees tell you? Fuck off.
These nuts.
All right, well, The demon appears to have dissipated and has not
Two acorns
shown its
behind
face
it.
again. You guys are just towards the north edge of the north edge of the Greenwood. Even though it's only been a short time, and it probably would have been 2-3 days to get through the entire thing, you're already approaching the edge of the forest.
Before we get out of the forest, I'm gonna take a single piece of bark, and I'm gonna, or like a couple pieces, and I'm gonna start etching the Ular rune into it and passing them out. Because it'd be no different than like a real Norse like rune tile on a piece of wood.
Okay, yeah. Everybody has a Norse rune tile now with the symbol of Ular on it.
What is this?
It'll give you a
Don't
plus.
eat it. Don't eat it.
It'll give you a +1 to survival checks while you're here in the world of dreams.
Blessing. Hey, elf, what is a blessing?
Ular's symbol,
What is a
for those
blessing?
that don't know, is basically a spiky S. Looks like a lightning bolt.
A blessing is a gift.
Oh, I think gifts.
No.
Spiky S.
What are you guys doing?
Tracking.
Yeah. Getting out of here.
Someone roll me safe travels.
On the road again.
That's
Just can't wait to get back on the road again.
It should not have been me.
You son of a bitch.
I rolled a 5.
So you guys are approaching the edge, the northern edge of the wood, and you notice the demon is no longer following you. You can see it very clearly looking at you as you walk away. Its eyes, the only thing that are perceivable in the darkness that surrounds it.
I'd like to
And
give it
its
a rude
teeth.
gesture.
What sort of rude gesture?
I said rude gesture.
Oh, okay. Rude gesture. It doesn't respond. It's above such petty insults.
It makes me feel better though.
I'm gonna make
you
sure.
feel outstanding.
What time of day is it here in this current Twilight Forest?
The sun has once again risen.
Good, I'm gonna make sure that he sees the moon.
Roll to pull pants down.
I'm not even gonna do it gracefully. I'm just gonna, seeing as I'm wearing a male shirt, I'm just gonna drop them and do the thug walk where I can't actually walk properly, but my whole ass is hanging up.
You do so, and as you guys are walking along, you see a humanoid creature run directly at you guys from what appears to be the exit of the
I
forest.
pull up my pants.
That's a good start. I'm going to draw my great sword
In
as the person approaches.
Yeah.
It looks vaguely elvish, but it is shrouded in darkness, and as soon as it sees you, it runs back the way it came.
Well, Bob, we should.
Elf, who's that?
I don't know.
Are elves supposed to know elves?
That was a shadow.
Like an elf.
Ignore anything but our own party.
We can't trust anything else here.
It is in the direct path that you guys were traveling that this thing ran to, or ran from, and ran back
using the
to.
retort juice.
So wait, it ran ahead of us then?
It
Or-
came from the north in the direction that you were traveling.
and then it went back north.
Yes, it went back north as soon as it saw you.
I guess we'll have to give it a hug later.
No, you won't.
Quit hugging strangers.
Yeah, they don't like it.
Yeah,
If they don't ask
you
for
don't
tea,
know
don't
'em.
give them any tea.
I'm taking up the mantle of being his hug guide of who he can and cannot hug.
That way he knows when it's socially acceptable to hug and when it's not. Like when the person you're trying to hug is a giant shadow demon.
So unless he tells you it's okay, don't hug them. Okay?
That's sound advice.
I hold your shinies for you. I also hold your hugs.
Give Gunnar a hug.
No.
Give Gunnar a hug.
I'd like to.
Don't hug them.
Now I'm
Wait
breaking.
till Gunnar sleeps. Then hug Gunnar.
That's right.
No, it's cowering with the struggles.
Too far. Too far. We're streaming. All right. Yeah. Just gonna keep tracking along. Is the world tree visible at this point?
No, it's not. Not from here. It's still way over the horizon. If you look at your map, you're still like a whole region south of it.
Less. I'm gonna just think really hard again about just being at the base of the world tree. Like, just trying to will myself there.
You could sort of feel yourself being drawn to it. And when you open your eyes, you find yourself in the middle of a field, right next to the Crimson Wild. You can see the town off to your west, and you can see Lake Superior off to your north, along with the Red Mountains. But when you look around, what you don't see is the rest of your companions.
Lake Superior. Wait, which town is off to my?
Crimson Wild is just to the northwest of the Evergreen Wood, right along the old road.
I can't zoom in far enough to see them, honestly. Is it this one? Or
Are you using the big map, or are you using the little snippets I sent you
the
guys?
big map? It just doesn't zoom in well on the phone.
Use the region maps I sent you guys to the group.
Even those ones, you can't zoom in enough to read anything.
Really?
Yeah.
That's weird. It lets me
It, like, when you sent them, they
zoom in quite
self-compressed them.
far.
Yeah, on my phone, I can't do that. Like, the moment I try to zoom in, everything's blurred.
Well, give me a moment. I'll tell you, each of you guys, where you're at. Your group is right here to the north of the Evergreen Wood.
Okay, so just
He's up here by the Crimson Wild, just south of the Red Mountains.
so we just got out of that forest then.
Yes, you just
Okay.
got out of the Evergreen Wood.
So where am I?
You're up here
Okay.
at the Crimson Wild, at the base of these mountains, and we're
I'm
still
gonna
over
just
here.
sit there and I'm gonna meditate and I'm gonna think about drawing them to me. Just like until I hear one of their voices actively, I'm gonna sit there and continue to will them to.
In the meantime,
Go ahead and roll me wisdom.
since my hug guy is gone, I guess I'll hug everything.
Just a flat wisdom, or
No.
Yes.
I will be your hug guy when he's not here. Don't hug anything unless I tell you it's okay.
yeah, it's a flat 10. It's 8 plus 2, but so it comes out to 10. But I'm just gonna sit there and continue to do so. And if I like stand there for a while and realize it's not working, I'm gonna start drawing like the ruins I know in like basically a ritual circle to try to empower the ability to do so through
So
religion.
You draw your ritual circle in the dirt, in a little dry spot in the middle of the tall grass, and you fix their image firmly in your mind. And when you open your eyes again, you find yourself once again surrounded by your companions, who are quite surprised by your sudden appearance.
Son of a bitch! Not the way it was supposed to work.
Hey, where'd you go?
Or did they come to me, or did I go to them?
You went to them.
I have an idea, friends. I just did it twice. I'm gonna make the same ritual circle again, and I'm gonna tell them to link hands and to think about appearing at the world tree. Like, I'm just gonna tell them like this is what I did that it made me disappear, and it's what I did that made me come back.
So clear our minds.
Clear your minds. Think about
Got it.
think about the world.
Your mind's already clear.
He's basically Doug from Up.
Squirrel.
Friends.
Go ahead and roll me a flat 20.
15.
So that works then.
You guys each grab each other's hands, sit in the ritual circle, and concentrate as hard as you can on the world tree. And when you open your eyes, you find yourself just off to the east of the Crimson Wild, right at the ritual circle that you had drawn at the other location.
Delightful. Slightly not as good as I expected, but not the worst it could have gone. We continue, friends.
Yeah.
I would like to just walk along to the north towards the mountains.
All right. Give me 1 moment.
So if we showed up at your ritual circle, can
You
go
guys
ahead again?
are just south of the old road, heading north, and What you find when you approach the road is you see a hooded figure standing in its center. The hood is wrapped tightly around their face, whoever they are. It appears to be a human woman, the best you can tell.
I would like to wave. Would you like a hug?
No.
Hugmaster.
Oh no. Just
No.
look
it can't
shadowy
help.
or
She looks normal.
Help with what?
I'm gonna roll insight.
Go ahead.
Wow, point up.
7, 3, 10.
Yeah, I'm gonna take all the other dice out of this because they keep landing point up.
That's fine.
6. Delightful.
She appears to be made out of human woman. She says, well, I was captured. I was in some sort of place. I'm not sure exactly where it was. It was really dark, but there was light for a brief moment. I was able to escape, and I sort of found myself in the middle of this vast field. And I'm just trying to get to the nearest town.
I think it's behind you.
Well, yeah, I could see it, but the problem is, I keep seeing things out in the grass.
Those are called animals.
She sighs, she looks at you, and then she resolves not to speak to you further and goes and talks to the elf. It's like, would you guys be willing to escort me to the town over there? I'm not sure what's in this tall grass, but I'm unarmed and lost.
We have never seen another living person besides us until you came along.
That's not true. We saw that other elf thingamajigger.
That was a shadow.
I'm gonna ask her to hold out her hand, and I'm gonna put a char ular mark on her as well.
She holds out her hand hesitantly, and she allows you to put the mark on her. Doesn't appear to have any effect.
How did you
This should protect you.
even get here?
She just told us she ran.
That doesn't
I
make
don't
any
know.
sense.
Last thing
You
I
know how we
remember
got here.
is I was falling asleep, but it didn't feel natural. I felt heavy. It was a very deep sleep. And next thing I know, I was in that dark place that I described to you.
Before you
Crawled out into the light.
Before you went to sleep, did you have any maple syrup?
Maple syrup?
Any syrup like
This is no time for humor.
This is not humor in which he speaks.
we were being serious.
It's a valid question.
She looks at you, genuinely confused. No, I didn't have any maple syrup.
Did you take anything? Did anybody do anything before you fell into this deep sleep?
I just went to sleep in my bed. I had some ale. But that's pretty standard.
Speak for yourself.
I look to her.
I think the smelly one might be right on this one, guys.
What do you say?
That she got roofied.
Jesus fucking Christ.
It's because no other creature's been able to see us. It's not a shadow or a demon. So why can this human see us?
It could be like a lost soul or a connected soul, though. And I'm saying this like quietly speaking off to the side of them, like in character. Like it could be just a departed soul. It could be something sent here to throw us off. And I'm gonna look to her. I mean you no harm, and I hope that blessing protects you. But unfortunately, due to the circumstances of our travels and the things that we've seen, we cannot choose to trust you. It is of no great... We would never normally let you travel alone. However, we cannot trust you or anything around us. Hell, my friend can't even trust himself.
I didn't know they let cowards be adventurers. Perhaps that was my mistake for assuming you would help a lost woman in need.
I smack
Your
her in the mouth.
mistake, indeed.
I smack her in the mouth and I say, "Watch who you're talking to, lady."
Roll me strength.
I'm snapping her neck.
3.
You strike her solid. The sound reverberates through the open plains, and she falls unconscious on the ground.
I'm gonna heft her body up and just take her along with us.
Let me grab this woman. Are you gonna at least take her to the town? Or are you just gonna
Fuck no, I'm not
keep
taking
walking
her.
north?
I'm continuing to walk north. She ain't going. I'm not taking her to that town.
We didn't want to help you, but my buddy just walked you the fuck out.
I'm not gonna leave her unconscious in the
Yeah.
fucking woods, but I'm also not diverting to that town because if we
can't.
go off of our trail, we could end up back at the start again, which I really don't want to do
Yeah.
because it's a lot of fucking trekking.
Yeah.
Hope the guards don't come. They're gonna
I mean, you really only got mixed up that one particular time, and you have been. Well, I mean, although it's been a really short time that you've been traveling, you traveled a great distance without that happening again.
I trust it not. I'm following my senses. She'll be safe with us, and when we return home, we'll drag her along, and hopefully the other druid can guide her back to wherever she came from.
All right, someone go ahead and roll me safe travels.
Well, my
I
life
failed.
Oh, thank fuck, 15.
Ooh.
All right, yeah. You guys make good time. That weird, gross warping happens as you guys move, and it's sort of like if any of you are queasy, it makes you motion sick if you stare at it for too long. But it's like the miles are just melting away as you walk. And now you're well north of the Red Mountains, just at the edge of Lake Superior. You can no longer see the Crimson Wild City past the mountains. And the woman wakes up on her shoulders. She's really surprised. She's like, "Where am I?
Say,
We're at a lake.
My home is back there on the other side of the mountains."
Well, we went to the
we
lake.
couldn't
instead.
trust it. You're coming with us.
If I was some weird sort of creature, would you have knocked me unconscious with your thick, meaty fingers, you
No,
ape?
we would have just killed you if you were some sort of creature. We trust you enough, but not far enough to throw you back to your home.
Well, we can throw you in the river if you want.
I thank you for not leaving me to the shadow creatures. I pray to Odin and the other gods that I'm not assaulted on my way back to my hometown.
You may trek there alone if you like. Otherwise, we wish you safe travels. Or you can come with us.
Thank you kindly, but I prefer braver company.
I'm gonna
Like
meditate
myself.
and think about her being wherever the fuck she wants to be.
I would like to tell her
Go
that
ahead and roll me a flat 20.
there's a nice guy in the woods with spiky teeth that will help you out.
7.
You think as hard as you
I don't know
can.
where she is, but it's not back home.
You find yourself back at your prior prayer circle.
God damn it!
No one else is with you.
I'm gonna just sit there and think until I get back to where I was.
I would like,
damn it.
since he's got, I would like to tell the woman, there's a nice guy back in the woods. He's got like spiky teeth and stuff. He'll help you back to where you need to go.
He's a.
Your
That's
character
a
knew that that wasn't a nice guy. Come on.
She looks at you in utter disbelief. She's never met someone so profoundly stupid in her entire life. But she can't bring herself to mention it. Because it's
So you-
like picking the low-hanging
You
fruit.
can either
What's
go
the
on.
good fruit?
You can either go on your own way, or you can keep your mouth shut and stay with us.
She immediately walks off. She doesn't want to conversate anymore.
I would like to wait by.
I think
good
about
luck with the
switching
shadows.
places with her.
Fix her firmly in your mind and roll me a flat 20.
Wow, that one.
You look around briefly, and what you see is a bunch of shadows appearing from the surrounding forest. Not the surrounding forest, the surrounding tall grass, right before you switch places with her.
Well, she's dead. Well, she's dead.
We tried.
I'm gonna go ahead and make another rune circle since I seem to be able to teleport back and forth between my rune circles. It's basically like a tracking method backwards.
That lady
Well,
was in
how it
inside.
works, from what you're able to ascertain, not being you have a decent
Just
intelligence
kind
score.
of figuring it out as I go.
Landmarks or specific things that you've been at that you could fix firmly in your mind, you could travel to. especially the stronger your personal connection to it, the easier it is to concentrate, but you haven't quite mastered it yet, so it's a little finicky.
So then recognizing that at least since I'm basically making my own landmarks, that's what I'll start finding like a rock or something, or a tree, and like carving my Ular symbols into them, and then placing my ritual circle around them to basically be gates for me to jump back and forth between.
You can do that, just let me know every single time you're doing it. So I can
I'm
take
doing
note
it
of
right here and now, like finding a landmark and making one.
Okay, yeah. So you have one right where you guys are.
Yeah, and I'm also taking the mental note to memorize my friends being here with me.
Mm-hmm.
Can we go now?
Yes.
I just gotta draw in the sand.
You're a druid. You should like drawing in the sand. You're the equivalent of the kid that sat at the third base and drew in the dirt.
The schnozberries taste like schnozberries.
I don't want to hurt the dirt's feelings.
It's
Oh, don't.
Dirt.
You're a druid, but you're not stupid.
So what are you guys doing? Are you guys traveling to the north? There's
Probably.
probably some sort of dock or boat along this shore since you're so close to like a pretty big city, but you're not sure exactly where. Your other option is trying to magic yourself across the lake, which could possibly be detrimental. You have no idea.
Circumventing the lake entirely.
Yeah, or circumventing the lake, which would cause you to have to go west past the Crimson Wild anyways along the shoreline.
I don't know about you guys. But
How are you going across the lake?
He can transform into a fish.
yeah, basically.
Not yet, he can't. He has a swim speed.
Yeah.
He can transform into a fish, but it has no fins.
One more.
He's an eel. Transform into a water moccasin.
I mean, yeah, technically they can swim and they
Transform into an anaconda so I can ride you.
Could be that big.
Anaconda, no!
transform into a giant hyena. That's a large creature.
Oh wait, I got it. I think I know a way where we can all get across easily. I want to wild shape into a giant toad.
Yes, you may absolutely do so.
Shotgun.
Toads don't swim, frogs do.
Actually, according to its beast state, it is amphibious.
It is amphibious. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna.
It says right here, amphibious.
Not my job right now, so
So you're saying it has a swim speed?
It's not.
it doesn't. But
That's
It is
because it can't
amphibious.
swim.
Well, why would it
I'll
be
certainly
in air
let you
and
try.
water?
Huh?
It says you can breathe in air and water. So how would it like?
he's technically right, and technically, even though none of us have swim speeds normally, every D&D adventure does have a swim timer on them. It's Constitution. It's like 1 minute per Constitution.
Yeah,
point.
you could swim because you're amphibious, but you may not have the endurance to get all the way across such a large body of water. You may or may not have the endurance to get across such a large body of water.
I just
You
float, you
will.
guys paddle.
We find a floaty log. We rope it to the back of you, to where you're merely guiding it, because carrying direct weight versus pulling a little bit of weight that's already buoyant, and we just hold on and swim alongside. That way, when we're tired, we can just hang.
Or perhaps
Or we
there's
look for
a
the
boat along the shore because there's a large trading hub nearby,
Hey, I like to overthink things. Let me overthink my things.
and any person with a 10 intelligence at least would be able to ascertain that, especially when someone has hinted strongly.
Not mine, because he got a nat 1.
You don't have to roll. It doesn't require an ability check.
Look for boat. With
You guys get into the water, and it is surprisingly still for the size of the lake. Normally, that's not the case, and it's shrouded in mist. Not a spooky twilight mist like you experienced in the forest, just a standard mist. And as you guys approach, a boat floats out of the darkness. Not the darkness, out of the fog. Of its own volition.
My eyes were closed because of that nat one, and I'm believing it. I'm just gonna go. I smell a boat.
You do smell the boat. It smells like it's made out of freshly cut lumber. And it smells amazing. Almost like a Yankee candle.
That's almost
With one of
concerning.
those wood wicks. Or the knockoff version of that. But
I was thinking of the Yankee Candle.
the boat swiftly makes its way to the shore where you guys are.
Why did that boat?
I'm gonna still form rope so that he can just drag it along.
Yeah, considering a wild shape into a giant toad. Now I'll just walk on the bottom of the ocean or
Yeah.
lake.
You could
I can
So-
breathe underwater, so might as well.
You can absolutely do that, but I would like you to take into account the size of this lake. 2 of those squares is about a day's travel on a standard move. That is like an ocean, not like a lake.
Well, we still have the main oar, so when he gets tired, he can just switch in.
I'm just saying. I'm just giving you a heads up. You can do
Okay,
that.
I'll rest underwater.
Yeah. And then
We just drag it in.
eventually you're going to want to swim back up for, what was it, an hour? An
It
hour?
says you can breathe underwater and in air.
No, but I
for your
mean
wild
for your
shape.
wild shape.
Yeah.
Just make sure you don't forget. Well, because time is really weird here.
Well, also to be fair, it's only 50 feet of rope, and to get around a giant toad, I'd assume he's about at least 10 feet around
You could tie
circumference.
that.
So like
rope.
40 feet, he'd be able to.
Yeah. And he can swim.
Yeah.
Like, he's going to be fine.
He's a druid, and he gets a bath.
Yeah.
What does
We're all
that
winning.
translate to? His
Everybody wins here.
form?
He'll change back while he's in the water. We
Yeah. Let's just hope he doesn't drown.
So is anyone going to approach this boat?
Yes.
Sure. Yeah. So
You guys go up to the boat, and you notice that it is suitable for a crew of exactly 4 people.
How convenient! A boat magically comes
So
out of the fog.
Uh,
4 people.
I'm gonna religion check the boat. Like, I'm gonna ask Ular if he thinks this boat is just made of boat or if it's made of evil boat.
All right.
Oh wow, 20, not natural.
It appears to be made out of wood.
Outstanding. I'm gonna carve a little symbol of Ular in and continue along.
At this point, you know, Ular is just chilling at home, like in the realm of the gods, and you keep calling him again and again, and he's sort of like putting his godly phone on silent, shall we say.
That's literally the whole point of being a fucking cleric. And I'm just saying, enough shit happens and characters keep doing it. There's probably a reason.
I have your direct number for a reason. You
Yeah.
answer me.
He's like, yes, it is in fact a boat. It'll harbor you safely across the lake.
It did just come directly to us out of the fog, though. So,
So forgive us for being
yeah,
thoughtful.
sorry, my thought process is valid.
He's a god. He doesn't forgive you for being mortal. But
He doesn't need to
accepts you the
forgive
way
me.
you are. Because he needs worshippers.
Well, he can also come down here and throw hands with me. His choice. He is the god of hand-to-hand combat as well, so I'll accept that as a blessing.
Yeah, it would be a blessing indeed, because it would be
Character
a
is
death
better.
whooping.
Character becomes 1% better at hand-to-hand combat.
You get the blessing of Ular's fist. You just have a fist-shaped mark in your sternum that doesn't go away, and it constantly throbs. But otherwise, affects you not. Anyways, you guys tie him with the rope and tie him to the boat, and I'm assuming you depart.
3 tugs, we pull you up.
I'll nod as a frog since you can't understand me. Toad.
Do you know how many 3 is?
I'll like put the thump on the ground 3 times.
Well, at least he knows his numbers.
Well, that's good. That's an improvement.
Yeah. Need to get him to know the letters.
What are you guys doing?
We're
Boating.
Yeah.
Okay.
Boat again.
You guys all
Boat
mount up
totem.
into the boat. The toad is now affixed to it, and you set off. Who's at the head of the boat steering? Or rear of the boat steering? Who's looking in the front of the boat?
Why are they steering? I'm the one
I'm
pulling the
at the front of
boat.
the boat.
Oh, are you tugging the boat?
Yeah, right now I am.
Okay, yeah.
I would like to make bubbles, but not from my mouth.
Okay, you may. There's suddenly a foul odor that doesn't match the serene atmosphere.
Even underwater, I can smell it.
You're not getting away from it.
Oh no. That's horrendous. Anyways, you guys are going on. I'm going to say Korgar's up front. Go ahead and roll me perception.
Okay. 15 natural. With bonasses. That's 19.
You look ahead into the fog, and what you notice, as there's a brief clearing, there's another boat of roughly equal size ahead of you, perhaps slightly smaller, and there's a figure with a horned helmet in it, and he sees you at the same moment that you see him, and he very rapidly starts rowing in the other direction and vanishes into the fog.
I let them all know. And I'm just gonna have my crossbow on my lap.
Yep.
Like, it's cocked
You're-
back, loaded, and ready to go.
Gotcha, your crossbow is prepared.
I want to have my longbow out, seeing him get his crossbow out.
Just for a brief description, this horned thing, it appeared to be a helmet, and it glistened in sort of gold. Whatever it was appeared roughly humanoid. It was clad in, from what you could tell at the distance, pretty fine clothing.
I'm gonna look to him.
Arrows.
Your crossbow.
I know that. Give me your arrows.
How many do you need?
All of them.
All of them?
Yes, right now.
Okay. And all the arrows.
I'm
I
gonna
guess.
take
It's a lot.
all of his arrows and all of my bolts, and I'm gonna uncork a bottle of holy water out of my pack and dump it over the tips of each of them, and I'm gonna give them all back.
Okay. You now have holy arrows for the next hour. Yeah, that's the best I got.
Let's pretend that wasn't recorded for future.
Yeah.
references.
Take a moment for shame.
Shame.
All right, shame is passed.
All right. Yeah. I'm just
I would like to continue
continuing
hopping
along
along.
anyway.
Yeah, you're still trucking along. The water's not bothering you at all. Those of you that are on the surface, you observe that the sky above you just looks absolutely horrible. Like it looks like it's about to unleash a dreadful torrent of rain.
I'm gonna give him 3 tugs on the rope.
Yeah, you get the tugs.
I will swim up to the top as a toad.
You swim up to the top, and just before you reach the top, you change back into furball form, which is kind of unusual, but you're basically at the surface anyways, so you're just wet. And swim over to the boat without any issue.
Bad weather. Change weather, friend.
I would like to get on the boat and do a Sundance.
What is the Sundance? Oh, is it just like a weather thing?
Yeah,
Can you
like a Native American Sundance.
Give me your best performance.
I will roll your performance.
Yes, roll me a performance. You don't have to. No, dance for my entertainment.
I'd rather have a live dance.
I feel like it'd be entertaining.
I'll give you advantage if you do a real dance.
No, but I will dance a 6.
You certainly try your best. The storm remains.
Do we have any targets?
You guys
or
could see
anything?
thunder crackling off into the distant clouds that suddenly look not so distant. The rolling of basically the deafening sound of thunder permeates the area, but there's no wind. And the lake itself is entirely flat. No ripples whatsoever.
I feel like something's wrong here.
Like the surface of a mirror,
This place is strange.
completely
I
unaffected
don't like
by the storm.
I didn't like the fact that the boat came up to us. I didn't.
I tried to roll for religion, but it was fuck me.
Guess you're going just
I can't go see my mom, but we can jump on a boat that came out.
It was like a weird time effect of the region that sort of made you like change suddenly at a weird time.
Do we need to go faster?
Yes.
I would like to.
So you guys start rowing as fast as you can.
What row?
Row,
I can make us go back.
row my boat gently down the stream.
And the fog sort of clears, and you can see that you're roughly halfway across. And you can tell by the large rock formations that are off to the east. It's more like a large set of mountain plateaus that you can see off in the distance, surrounded by mist. Once again, this is just another one of the weird effects here, like the outstanding speed. It probably would have taken 3 days rowing in a small boat to travel the distance you've just traveled. Each of you roll me perception.
23.
18.
7.
Anyone that rolled above a 10 sees a massive shape swim underneath the boat. And here's a splash off in the distance. And you see a massive scaled figure briefly glisten in the twilight of this world before it disappears beneath the non-existent waves. And then those of you that look down over the side of the boat see a massive pair of glowing eyes observing you
Nope,
from
I'm
down within the
not
depths
reaching
of the
over the
lake.
boat.
What are you looking at?
Don't go in the water. That's all I'm gonna say. Don't go in the water.
No hugs right now.
No,
hugs.
no hugs. No going in the water.
You hear the sound of heavy metal music off in the distance.
Is it a creature that I have a mini of? God damn it, I don't have that one put together yet. It's like 20 pieces.
Yeah, but all it does is observe, and then disappears into the depths of the lake,
I still
which is
like it.
unfathomably deep.
I look onwards, and knowing the tales of what I think I just saw, I just kind of keep them to myself, so I don't alarm the party.
Well, most of us
We don't
saw
need you
that
to
thing.
alarm us.
We saw it.
Well,
The
he
three of
did.
us seen it. He,
They just thinking about colors, I guess.
even if he did see it, he'd want to hug it. He's intimidated by it.
All right, everybody, looks like it's time for our 10-minute break.
Like
Those of you that are watching, thank you very much for hanging out, and we'll be back in about 10 minutes. All right, everybody, welcome back to Ales and Scales D&D. Thanks for tuning in. Quick recap of what has happened for us the last hour. Our brave group of adventurers was traveling north and ran into a hooded woman along the old road who requested their assistance to travel to the nearest town safely. They didn't quite agree with her and were unwilling to escort her to the town. Then our resident Goliath smacked her so hard that she briefly saw Odin and passed into the unconscious realm. And while she was in the unconscious realm, they carried her limp, nearly lifeless body a great distance north away from her intended location. And after some brief shenanigans, dropped her into some sort of shadow creature trap that was almost certainly death. So she's probably no longer alive. But anyways,
She got to aid us.
our brave group traveled north relatively unhindered as soon as they reached the southern shore of Lake Superior. A boat suitable to accommodate exactly 4 people appeared of its own volition. One of them transformed into a giant toad and folded along through the lake, where there was an ominous storm, and a strange figure clad in green, with a helmet with golden horns. Then they saw something lurking deep in the depths, the fathomless depths of Lake Superior, eyeing them in the darkness, which rapidly receded into the water. And here we are, right in the center of this massive body of water, with our heroes.
Did a roar.
Well, I suggest we get off the water as soon as we can.
Someone
Did a
else.
roar.
No, sorry. Go ahead. Say, do your roleplay stuff.
I will look at the water and I'm going to cast Summon Beast. I want to summon a water beast in the shape of a great white shark.
You summon a great white shark.
Where's the rope used? I mean, I'm going to take the rope and tie it around it, or like kind of lasso it, and say swim.
You do so, and it follows your orders. It swims quite rapidly in the direction of north. Someone go ahead and roll me safe travels. You let,
Probably shouldn't.
You've
roll
already
anymore.
gone. It's TJ's turn.
you let Gunnar roll again.
Goddamn.
What did you get, Gunnar?
6.
Safe travels is never a good roll.
You guys travel quite rapidly, actually, and you get to the shore unhindered. The southern shore.
Damn it. The
You
shark
can
is
tell because you're looking
way.
once again at the Crimson Mountains.
And I think we went backwards.
What you'd see is basically nothing. There's no habitation right here, but you do see an abandoned boat right where you guys originally launched.
Okay.
I'll go swim all the way.
Shark swim north.
Northeast.
So the shark starts swimming in the proper direction this time, at least what you believe is the proper direction. And you guys actually move across the lake considerably faster this time. And you end up unmolested on the northern shore this time. You're certain it's the northern shore because you're considerably closer to the Superior Mountains, which are just on the north edge of the lake itself, in between Svartalfheim and the edge of Alfheim Forest.
What am I seeing directly around us?
Directly around you, just random copses of trees and no habitation. This area is completely devoid of wildlife and people.
I'm gonna pull the whole boat ashore, and I'm gonna find the closest tree, and I'm gonna tie it to that tree, and then I'm gonna make my ruin just in front of them, so I remember the image of the tree, the boat, and then the mark.
Okay, you do so, and this location is properly marked, so if you need to come back here, you may do so.
I guess we head north.
Yeah.
Gunnar, roll perception.
What? Yeah.
22.
You briefly look back towards the lake, just to be sure that whatever that giant creature was didn't decide to follow you to the shore, and you see a woman staring at you from out of the water. She's got long green hair that reminds you vaguely of seaweed, and her eyes are all black.
Is she more shorebound or is she in?
You can only see her head and shoulders popping out of the water.
Hey, you there? What are you doing?
She sort of laughs
Whoa
and
there.
dips into the water, but you could see, based off the ripples, since the rest of the lake is, still, that she's swimming to the shore.
Baby, come back.
Who are you talking to?
She pops up out of the water, and you see that it's just a gorgeous woman. She's nearly entirely covered in this long hair that has the look of seaweed on it, and her clothes appear to be made out of natural materials that would grow at the bottom of the lake. She has sort of like a alluring like presence about her, but not necessarily a hostile one. It's like, I was just going for a swim. What brings you here?
We
What
you doing in
the
these
lake?
You want to go to a club where people wee at each other?
You like Baileys? You ever drink Baileys from a shoe?
You like watercolors? Anyways,
I tell her that we're adventurers and well,
How are you swimming in a lake with a giant creature in it?
Friends.
I don't mean physically how. I understand how swimming works,
a deep
but
breaststroke.
how is it not eating you?
oh, he doesn't bother us.
Follow not the sirens.
What's a siren?
He keeps to himself. At least he doesn't bother us.
How? Why?
Do you want to come out of the water?
You all have a.
I will
Oh,
take-
she's standing before you guys now. She's pretty short, but
She cute?
yeah, she is.
I take pebbles and put them in my ears.
Seeing him do this, I take
Okay, yeah, you put pebbles in your ears. It kind of hurts because they don't fit your ear canal perfectly, but they're in the. My God, they fit.
Shove 'em in
You
there.
made them.
seeing
What's
him
your name?
do this and doing the gesture he did. I'll take moss off my chest and put it in my ear too.
Me?
No, the pretty girl. Not I know.
I haven't been asked my name in a long time. You couldn't possibly pronounce it in your tongue. Call me Sasha.
Sasha.
So you could.
I just picked a human sounding name.
Would you want to hang out?
Not a good idea.
Is this not hanging out?
It's Borat.
Is this not hanging out? Why would I hang myself? From a tree?
No, just with us. Come join us.
You wish to hang yourselves from a tree?
No.
You have
I killed
pebbles in
I'm
your ears.
watching
You can't
her
hear
lips.
You all have an odd energy about you. I can't say what it is.
Don't say what it is, please.
Have you met other Nixies before?
Mm-hmm.
Ah, you must have received their blessing, I can tell.
I do. I have one.
I would just like to nod, not even knowing what she's saying, just nodding along.
I have one blessing of the next year.
Well,
We all do.
I have something for you. And she goes and she dives back into the water and disappears for a few moments. Then a few moments more. Then a few moments more, so it seems like a really odd absence.
I don't like this.
Then she reappears.
Calm down. It's really-
And she has like a conch shell with her. And she goes ahead and she puts it to her lips and she blows on it. And it makes a loud sound
I'll stop.
that echoes across the surrounding woods.
The magic conch!
And if you happen to be crossing the lake and you need our assistance, guidance, mind you, we're not going to fight on your behalf. Give this a whistle, and we'll come to your aid, perhaps.
I'm gonna.
The rock's lodged in there. One of them comes out and one doesn't.
I'm not dumb enough to have lodged rocks into my ear that I couldn't get out.
Here, I help.
Let him know.
No, I have enough strength to do this myself.
You smack yourself pretty good and you knock it out.
Anybody else smell toast?
I have not taken the moss out, so I'm still nodding, not understanding anything that's going on.
I look at you.
Perfect.
Alright, I will take the moss out.
Odds are you probably had lint in your pockets or whatever you used to block your ears the last time you ran into these things. That probably wouldn't work just fine. But you shove rocks in there.
I didn't know what I didn't remember what I used last time, so I was like, we're on a beach, pebbles.
Yes, the standard earplug of the U.S. Army.
Yeah, I was gonna say, we use 9mm shells, so
Wet sand.
know it works.
she sort of like doesn't say anything further. She gives you guys the shell, and then she bids you adieu, and she disappears back into the still waters.
As
I give her a blessing as she goes, seeing that she was of benevolent nature.
She looks taken aback by this, that you would do something such as, something positive like blessing her. She's like, does this mean I get to go to heaven?
Hopefully, all good souls do.
Really? She's beyond cheerful at this news. She sort of like dances for joy and then dives into the lake.
like, stop. Do you have to leave so soon?
She's gone.
There's better.
But she sort of does like pop out and wink at you before she disappears into the distance.
Don't do it.
You're still a ghost.
When I'm not a ghost, I have the shell. I have her shell number.
That's funny. Yeah, well, that's an encounter.
Oh,
Hello and welcome to the north edge of the lake. What would you like to do?
get away from the
I've
water.
already carved my thing. I'll just keep trekking us along, telling of it.
Roll me perception, mate.
16.
You see, up in the trees as you approach the first copse of woods, a white raven and a black raven observing your progress.
What's the black one mean?
I'm gonna
It's in the what?
It means we're making progress.
I'm gonna check which one I actually am better at because I think both would apply, history and religion. Because if that's my following, you know what I'm thinking. Okay, religion it is. 19 on religion.
You know from reading your holy texts, just your general study of mythology, that these match the description of the crows Hugin and Mugen, Odin's crows.
A blessing upon us.
I give them a curt nod and say a word to Uller momentarily before continuing on.
I want to call out to the crows. You guys want berries?
Don't respond. Not immediately, anyways. The black one sort of like cocks its head after a few moments, and then it does hop down, and it's
I'll
eagerly awaiting the berries.
give it to the leftover.
My character's immediately gonna take a knight's knee, just like
Dear Mother of God.
You have inspiration.
Okay.
And so do you for the berries.
I'm at this point just kind of chugging along, still thinking about the girl from the lake with a smile on my face.
Yeah, you got this big old grin ear to ear thinking about the Nixie woman. Now that you have her shell number and you can call her whenever you're in the vicinity of the lake. And you strut straight through the copse of trees as if you don't have a single care in the world. And as soon as you pass to the other side, you find yourself right at the opening of Tarwin's Gap, the only really easily passable gap in the mountains right before the Northlands. That's several days' travel ahead of where you were just standing.
Well, there's no point in stopping now. Let's keep going.
You do notice looking around that the rest of your companions are not nearby. Those of you that are behind the copse and trees, you see him strut off into the wood line and disappear.
Should have been paying more attention to us.
Couldn't have sucked and fed fucking crows.
Gunnar has a point.
I mean, they were Odin's crows. Even
You
though I
don't
know-
have to feed every piece of wildlife that we see with your fucking berry.
He has a druid. He has to.
Yeah, that's pretty much his thing.
And it has given us good blessings so far. So
You also got stabbed in the back because of your nonsense.
That was a Catman, though.
He still got stabbed.
Catmans are degenerates.
Yeah.
but
Have you
it's
been
still
sad?
cat. I gotta feed a
Have I
cat.
been stabbed?
No.
No. Has he been stabbed? Exactly.
It's fair.
Feed the cat. Okay, you always feed the cat.
Not the Catman.
It's still an animal.
Ignore me.
What do you catch?
A beetle made it into the house.
Dispose of it. Well, anyways,
Are you sure he doesn't want to eat it? Or
you guys notice your friend managed to be on the wood line.
Oh.
What are you guys doing?
Well,
You go after him.
yeah, I assume we don't know that he disappeared like miles away.
You just saw him disappear through the trees.
Yeah, so we're just gonna, assuming he's just on the other in the trees, we're just gonna go towards there.
Okay, you guys go ahead and stroll through the copse trees as well, and then you suddenly find yourself right next to him,
Yeah.
just at the opening of Tarwin's Gap, for the Northlands.
Gunnar, do not wander off. We almost lost you.
If he,
Yeah, I don't know which creatures are poisonous from my cat to eat, so that's why.
That's fair.
A large demonic enters the battlefield.
You guys look off to the north, and now, just beyond the edge of sight, you can see the resplendent form of Yggdrasil shining in the distance. It's just a luscious green just over the edge of eyesight, and it seems to glow luminously.
I'd like to run towards it.
You run towards it. As you progress into the Northlands, you notice that the ground here is like brown and dead. It's not healthy or wholesome like the land that you just came from. The change is actually quite abrupt. It goes from a lush green to this brown and dying waste that you see before you. And it's relatively flat. There's no really easily identifiable terrain around you at all, except for the mountains behind, which you very quickly leave behind you as you charge forward. And the first thing that you see approaching to you is what you know from your study of the maps as the Barrier Hills. This is what separates this section of the Northlands from the road that takes you to Hell. In order to get to the World Tree, you're going to have to cross this path.
I don't care. I just keep running.
All right.
I don't know what heaven and hell is.
You sprint straight through the Barrier Hills. Are you guys going after your Furbolg?
I'm cautiously approaching and watching him sprint at him.
Why does he get to run after Super Chip but I don't?
that's the
Because
direction we
there's
need to
not
go.
stupid creatures that have to kill him.
Yeah.
It's just the stupid barrier that I don't want to chase after him into.
So he charges straight through the Barrier Hills and beyond sight, straight into what is most certainly Helvigr, the road to the land of the dead itself. There's sort of like a sickly glow coming from the direction just on the other side of the hills. You get through the hills and you actually climb over a smaller one, and you see the road itself just below you, and it is just filled with like an ocean of souls just like traveling their way up this road. Some of them are in just varying states of decay. Some of them have on like good sturdy shoes. Some of them have weapons and like carts that their family burned with them on the pyre. And some of them just look downtrodden. They're just making their way east towards what is most certainly going to be an abysmal existence for the rest of eternity.
I'll wave at them.
They don't respond.
No, well, these people are rude. I'll just keep making my way past them towards the Wall Tree.
They didn't want to hug him.
You guys catch up with them by this point, and you observe exactly what I just described. Just this sea of unfortunate people making their way towards hell along the road.
I am gonna roll religion to see what caused their souls to be drawn towards hell. Whether they were just people who didn't make it up to the High Hall or Valhalla, or if they had a actual, reasonable reason that they went there, not just lost souls.
So you don't even need to roll religion for that. All of the people on this road are people who either died a straw death or just didn't earn their way to Valhalla. And they're going to the other place.
I say blessings for them as I walk along. Bless you.
As soon as you guys make your way into the press of bodies, everyone within the vicinity, all of these people and various creatures lock onto you suddenly. And they begin to slowly shamble towards you
I don't like
with a
this.
hungry look in their eyes.
I'm going to don my greatsword at this point.
They're like, you still have life in you. And they all sort of like start saying it again and again. They're like, these are alive. They still have life force in them.
I'm gonna ring Uller, and I'm gonna be like, "Yo, talk to your your great aunt, please. I need you to talk to Hell, cause this ain't cool."
Go ahead and roll me religion.
And I keep roll religion. I attempted to roll last because it was a 19, and it was good.
You will re-roll it.
Yeah. Well, that one's a 5, so fuck you.
Damn it!
You roll a 5. You make your best, most powerful prayers to Uller, and he just doesn't hear you.
He's pooping right now.
And they don't immediately attack you, but they're sort of like gripping you and like, checking your clothes, like your, whatever the astral projection of your clothes are, and like scratching you and like, yeah, they're alive. And then a few of the more wicked souls that are heading this way, just because they were unworthy in life and they were wicked, begin to draw their weapons, and they all...
I'm gonna grasp my holy symbol and hold it up very high while like screaming a prayer.
What do you scream?
Ulla, turn you back from whence you came! If not, you shall be hunted and slain!
One of the hideous ones with crooked teeth says, Uller has no power here.
You know who does though? Me!
And I'm gonna like prepare to cast a radiant spell.
And as soon as you channel that power into you, you hear a massive war horn. And suddenly, all of these spirits, or whatever they may be, they stop. They cease all their hostility and they cease their muttering. And they all look in the direction of the east. And what you see is a palanquin approaching. Carried.
A what?
A palanquin.
Not familiar.
It's like a litter, like a fancy litter
Yeah.
that's got like a shroud on it. It's meant for like rich people and kings and stuff. Carried by really large skeletons. And upon this sits a gorgeous woman clad all in black, with a black veil over her face. Says, fear not, you will have no more trouble from these, but you should swiftly make your way past these lands.
I pocket my holy energy.
Hey,
Continue.
who are you? What's your name?
Me? You mean you don't know me?
He is ignorant of the ways.
But I know you, Gunnar. I know all of you.
I don't know you.
I know the task that you set out.
Do you happen to know what that is? Because we don't know.
Yeah, we do. We got to go to
I
the tree
do.
right there.
That's all we know.
The druid didn't explain it to you.
No, he just kind of gave us syrup and said, there you go.
The fool. She looks to the north, and when she does, for once there's a brief gust of wind, and it reveals the left half of her face, which is that of a corpse. And she points at the world tree. She says, go in the direction of Yggdrasil. Do not stop. When you get there, you must sacrifice yourself to yourself, and you will get the knowledge that you seek. I don't know exactly what the test entails. I've never done so. The only one I know to have done it is the Allfather himself. But
I pray I don't meet you when I pass.
the only one I know to have passed this test, besides the druid who possesses this knowledge before you, is the Allfather himself. Be cautious.
I pray we don't meet again. And I continue along knowing who it was.
She smiles, but she says nothing, and she continues along her way back to her dismal domain.
Doing me a concern.
And there's sort of like an ominous, like funeral-like music as they move along.
Well,
Half of our joy.
This does not spark joy. You guys make it through the north end of the Barrier Mountains, surprisingly unharmed. And from here, you could clearly see Yggdrasil. It towers over everything in the vicinity, and it has several large lakes feeding into its base, from what you could tell. At this distance, you can't really make out much detail, but because of the scale of this structure, it's just impossible for you to miss it from this distance. What do you do?
Keep going towards it.
Yeah, just continuing along.
You guys aren't going to talk about what you just saw or experienced? or
I'll
anything?
explain to them exactly who that was, because I feel like my character would not be ignorant to that.
No, you wouldn't. Go ahead and explain it to them.
half of her was cute.
Well, she's also the one that controls all of Helheim. She's
So she's like a queen.
she's the Lady of Death, Hell herself.
What did she mean by sacrificing ourselves?
That much I do not.
That
But-
means when we get there, you must sharpen me a stick.
She is where souls go that have not gloriously passed in battle. Some by poor chance and bad terms, others wicked in nature. Somebody's zooming.
You guys have anything to say to what he just told you? Any particular thoughts?
So,
It sucks that I should have tasted Mumu.
why did she help us then?
The more wicked souls of the departed sought to take our flesh, more or less.
But they have their own flesh.
Not real flesh. Their souls are damned.
This is weird.
It's not something I expect you to understand immediately. As long as you have the knowledge of it, though. It will help.
Funny how you looked at him. He said that.
It's true.
Plus,
know.
I was
Nature and stuff.
plus living in the forest. I have no idea anything about Valhalla or Hell.
Yeah, like you guys would probably have naturally just seen
Mhm.
a little bit of it, I would assume.
Yeah, you guys would
Here and there.
probably know a little bit.
But him, he'd be completely.
Completely oblivious. Well, I mean, I would imagine that any of the druids that exist, like, if I don't know if you come from like a group of druids or a society, but they would probably, because they have such long lives, have a wealth of lore available to them. You may just not friend. So
Yeah,
that's
that's
not
the
really
point
what
of
you do.
A circle,
Yeah,
like a druidic circle, would be your part of other druids, technically.
and
Yeah,
with
but
your
we-
close connection to nature, you probably know some stuff.
I would understand like death and maybe afterlife. I would still, because I would say we lived in a forest and we're hermits, so we may not necessarily know about Valhalla and Helheim.
I think of it almost as like in GOT sense as like the many-faced god, where every religion has the same god and knowledge of it, but they go by different names, kind of thing.
Yeah, maybe.
And I just explain it to him in the best sense that I can as we continue to trek along.
Okay, yeah. So he's basically giving you some simple instruction about the gods and various other stuff like that that'll be useful to you in your travels. You guys make the distance rather shortly to the World Tree. Before you guys know it, the world around you just sort of like melts away, and you're staring up at the massive roots of the World Tree itself.
All right, time to
You guys could see one of the roots is massive and sort of writhing, and you see a large head with razor sharp teeth start gnawing at one of the roots and then sort of like eat its way into the base of the tree.
It does not seem so.
Mm.
Seems like a parasite we need to get rid of.
Maybe. Or maybe it's a shadow of the real thing happening.
You guys observe it. It very quickly pops its head up, and it looks up at the tree. And you see something like a really large squirrel come down the tree, and it whispers something to the creature. And then the creature thrashes with rage, says something in a tongue even you don't understand, and then disappears back into the depths of the tree.
Do I understand it?
You do understand it being a godly tongue. It was tidings from the eagle at the top of the world tree, and it was basically a string of insults towards the serpent, which it promptly returned and then disappeared back to its darker hiding places.
That rat.
You could hear it chuckle itself as it goes back up the tree to deliver its
I'm gonna
message.
use my free action to call it a cunt.
It's now a cunt. Well, you guys are here at the base of the tree. Is there anything you would like to do?
We gotta sacrifice ourselves now.
Yeah, let's not jump to conclusions there.
You guys, now that you've traveled a great distance, even though it's only been about, what you can tell, 2 full days by your reckoning, you're absolutely exhausted from this travel. And you're once again, you have that strange, drained, famished feeling about you.
Hit us with them berries.
The moon is once again in the sky, very quickly
I'll cast
moving across.
good berries and some instant berries and gave all of us one.
It mentioned us. Okay, I'd take the berry.
You guys, once again, you feel the vigor coming back to your limbs, but you still feel just a little bit tired.
I'm gonna walk to the base of the world tree, and I'm gonna make one of my spell circles, and it mentions sacrificing ourselves to ourselves, basically.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna use that spell circle, or that ritual circle, to empower my own spell. And with there being direct moonlight overhead, I'm gonna channel moonbeam directly onto myself.
What's Moonbeam do?
3d10s of damage.
Shit. All right. Take your 3d10s of damage.
Guess we'll see if it works.
Only 16. And if I'm empowering it with that spell circle and direct moonlight, will that do anything special? It doesn't say anything about that, but I figured thematically it's kind of...
No, the moonbeam descends upon you, and you feel searing pain as it deals damage to you, but nothing in particular happens other than the injury that you caused yourself.
Well, that wasn't worth much.
Cure wound.
Let's not hurt ourselves till we figure out what that means.
Really curious of why you did that.
Testing what it meant by sacrifice yourself to yourself.
You hear some chuckling, and over reclining on one of the branches is Hell herself, sort of like watching this, whatever you guys call what you're doing.
Is it her cute half or the corpse half?
It's always, she's like two-faced, like half.
I know, which half is facing us? That's what I
The,
need.
the cute half is facing
Okay.
you.
The-
The good side.
That's good.
We're not sacrificing to ourselves, right, Hell?
I don't think that's how you do it.
That's
I'm
what I
not
figured.
entirely certain, but perhaps you should take a rest and contemplate it before you go trying to kill yourselves. Unless you're eager to meet me down in my realm, then by all means I will accept you with open arms. You'll have to make the walk like anyone else, and your bodies will be burned on a funeral pyre, so you'll have to make it on foot, but I'll meet you eventually. Or sometime before the end.
So there's no express
Well,
line.
I'll take the first 4 then again.
Not unless they burn you with a chariot.
I'll take the first 4 again.
All right. I'll take the rest after that.
Go ahead and use any hit dice you guys want. It hasn't been an hour yet, but we're going to go ahead and cut for 10 minutes. Those of you that are tuning in, thank you for hanging out, and we'll be right back. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Ales and Scales D&D. A brief recap of what just happened in the last hour or so, because it was a little bit short. Our brave heroes had just gotten to the northern end of Lake Superior. They had a brief interaction with a fey creature that's called a Nixie, which, sensing the previous Nixie blessing upon them, granted them a gift. Now Gunnar has her shell number and can call her when he's in the vicinity of the lake.
Call you maybe.
They proceeded north through the first copse of trees they found, and it transported them a great distance suddenly, just to the edge of the Northlands. Crossing over into these lands, they realized that everything abruptly went from a lush, healthy green to a brown, dead. Any of the shrubbery that was alive was just struggling to exist. Charging haphazardly through the barrier hills, straight across the highway of the dead, into a literal ocean of souls, they were immediately assaulted by all of the creatures, sensing the life within their astral bodies, and were saved at the very last moment by the goddess Hel, ruler of the underworld, Helheim, who, after giving them some advice, sent them on their way to the World Tree, Yggdrasil. They traveled north for a short period of time, traveling many miles in an unreasonably short time to appear at the base, where they saw a large creature gnawing at the roots of the tree itself, a brief interaction with a squirrel creature and an eagle, and once again met the goddess, who apparently had followed them and gave them some sound advice. They have just settled down to sleep and contemplate what they must do. You guys all wake up, and you are now in a bed of vines. And you look around, and you appear to be surrounded by the roots of the World Tree itself. But there's absolutely no light down here. Those of you that have dark vision, you could see everything in shades of gray. But those of you that don't, you go ahead and give them your beautiful eyes, and they now also see in shades of gray. Sword of Omens! Yes, but this is the situation you guys wake up in. What do you guys do?
Wondering why we're in a bed of vines.
Perhaps you should wonder out loud as if you were actually in the bed of vines.
Yeah.
How did I awake here? What is this place?
Oh, there seems to be a nice blanket that grew on top.
Well, of course you would enjoy it. You like nature.
As he suckles at the teat of the vine.
Roll me insight. Night touched.
Delightful. Oof. I literally rolled an oof. Not just.
Oh my god.
Not delightful.
You think as hard as you can, but nothing comes to your mind. You have no idea how any of you ended up here.
Could it have something to do with hell? She was watching us.
I'm really getting tired of all this.
Presence. Only you. And you look over to as far as you can see into the darkness, and you see yourself standing there looking back at you. You're still amongst your comrades, and they haven't yet noticed, but it looks like you in every regard. Except, there's a red tint to the eyes, and you see your visage in shades of gray, because there's not enough light down here for you to perceive anything in color, but that's really all you notice.
Are my hands free?
Oh yeah, you guys are all free.
Okay, I would like to wave at myself.
He's gonna start walking.
Rachi,
You guys see him waving off into the darkness.
I'm coming.
You don't want to know that!
No, I'm coming here.
Yeah, we don't want to know.
You guys
Go over the
suddenly
world
hear
for
that sound reverberate through this chamber, You're not really sure where you're at, but you're assuming it's some sort of chamber within the tree itself. And it has a beautiful tone to it, but also ominous, as if it carries a malicious intent. And you see Osborne striding towards you,
I told you I was coming.
emanating the same malicious intent.
Yeah, you
This sound
specified
is
a
coming
little
from
bit.
him. He is singing, and as he sings, the vines surrounding him come to life and rise up before you. Roll initiative.
Ooh, 19.
Oh, yeet! That's a nat 20 for me. Wow.
What'd you get?
15.
I got 19.
I'm at the very back.
I really need to do the countdown thing.
Yeah, I had a nat 20.
My brain's spaced. Yeah, so you're
Yeah, I
you're
like
up,
the way you did it last.
you're up front.
Randy, what'd you roll? Okay, there you go. I think you got it right.
What you have again?
19.
19, so you're ahead. All right. Look like Korgar's up first.
I don't think this is me.
I'm going to, as my main action, religion check to try to gain insight on what hell meant by sacrifice ourselves to ourselves, in the sense of whether it meant succumb to our evil selves or kill our evil selves.
Go ahead.
10. Sorry, 11.
You think real hard about it, and you get a strong divine sense that it's definitely one or the other.
Real helpful.
And then as a bonus action, I'm going to spiritual weapon,
All right.
and I'm gonna use.
What form does your spiritual weapon take? Describe it to me.
Dildo bat.
Please, no. I was hoping for something glorious, but if that's what you desire,
No, my spiritual weapon is like a massive two-handed great hammer, and it sparkles with like that of a galaxy inside of it.
okay. This sounds pretty sick. I dig it. What else are you doing? He's probably about 60 feet away, running towards you, and the plants.
I'm gonna have it beat the plant and free myself.
You guys are not wrapped up in the plant.
Oh,
It's-
okay.
There's plants all around you, and the part that you could see that's rising up right now is in his vicinity, like 60 feet away.
Can I have my spiritual weapon take a fucking defensive posture in front of me? It's not necessarily stated that you can do so, but it makes sense in my head that I would have my spiritual weapon defend me.
You could have it in front of you, yes.
Okay. I'm gonna have it like ready to swing on something that comes within my range.
What I'm thinking is if something were to try to pass it, it would get your reaction to do an attack of opportunity.
That's kind of what I was thinking.
Okay, that's what it's poised to do. It's raring to go. All right, and we're on to Carillion.
Well, I see something, just some evil form of our druid friend. I'm just gonna use steady aim to give myself advantage. Not that I really needed it. So that's a 22 to hit.
What are you aiming for?
Aiming for the evil version of Osborne.
Yep. That is going to hit.
Hit you. 19 damage.
You fire your arrow, and it sails straight and true, and it would have nailed him straight in the forehead, but the vines rise up before him and catch the arrow. But you see that the arrow impacts the vines hard, and it takes the damage.
Hey, remember, every single one of your arrows currently has radiant damage on.
Oh,
How much damage did you say?
19. What is the reading damage? Like, what is it?
It's just they were all blessed with holy water.
Like what?
I don't know.
We we should slap on some battle music and make this legit.
So
Not
for
that
the
anybody will hear it but us, but
for the arrows that were blessed,
they were only blessed for an hour, so they're probably no longer blessed the way time works here.
Oh,
You know what's gonna play.
That'd be nice.
Hold on a brief moment while we arrange some proper music for this violence. Thank you for your patience.
No, much heavier than that.
Ah, there we go. Apologize if you guys can't hear that, but imagine something really heavy and really brutal.
Something that would typically carry a double-barreled shotgun.
Yeah, perhaps play some heavy metal music where you're at and use your imagination for the rest. Thank you for your patience. And it is now the enemy's turn.
good to go.
the enemy goes before you two.
Yep.
So the vines will protect him.
Notice.
Yeah. We got to deal with that somehow.
I'll swallow him.
You can't.
Swallow yourself.
You want to bet?
No.
Swallow you if you want.
That's not the way you should put that.
It rises up behind you, Carillion, and the vines that were previously inanimate behind you strike out. And you take,
Did it beat a 15?
yes, 8 damage. Plus, roll a DC 14 grapple check, so strength.
Hang on, I'm trying to figure out this whole
Oh,
thing.
actually, no. That's to escape. My mistake. You are grappled.
Ah, that sucks for you.
So.
Okay.
And Osborne is going to transform into a giant hyena and run up to you.
Well, I'm not swallowing it now.
And now it is good Osborne's turn.
Well, I will summon a beast.
It does run past your blade to get to Carillion.
I cast Yeet!
I don't cast Yeet. 9 plus 5, 13.
You do cast Yeet.
Oh, 14. Yeah, you're
14.
Right. I never thought I was good at math.
Hard.
6 damage.
All right. That's your reaction. Good Osborne. What are you doing?
I'm going to cast Summon Beast. I'm going to make it in the form of like a chimpanzee.
Okay, you summon a chimpanzee.
Then I will bonus action, wild shape. And so we don't get confused. I'm going to wild shape into an ape.
I believe wild shape is an action, not a bonus action.
For me, it's
It may be for
It
that
is an
circle.
let me see. But I think I can cast spells as a bonus action.
I'm using a stat block for the other Osborne, so I know.
I figured that's what we were doing.
You can command your chimpanzee to smack it, though.
Yeah, you're right. Okay.
They're
So,
considerably stronger than normal humans, so maybe he'll cast Big Smack.
well, then as a bonus action, I'll cast Elemental Whip.
Okay, yeah.
That is a nat 20 to hit, so 25. And I'll use fire element. So it'll be 2d6 fire.
On which target?
Me, the hyena.
And which roll to hit again?
Nat 20 plus 5.
Well, that's definitely going to hit. And since it's a natural 20, roll me an additional 20.
I told you to kill me.
That is straight 11.
Let me get to the fire.
I know I'm warm, but there's better places to sit.
Roll twice as many damage dice as you normally would.
Already rolled 2d6, let me roll 2 more.
And then give me the total, please.
No.
Apologies while we delay for math.
Such pretty good.
21 fire damage. And then my chimpanzee will do big smack.
Chimpanzee cast Big Smack.
It will be
Happy
a 16 to hit.
Ah, that's going to hit.
For 12 damage. 12 piercing.
All right, you hit it. That's your turn. Are you doing anything else? Can you do anything else?
Nope, that's it.
All right. Gunnar, smash.
Good swinging that great sword.
Are you swinging at the plant or the hyena? The plant is all around you guys.
I'm going to go straight for the hyena, which is a 19.
That's going to hit.
Okay. And then 5 and 6, so 11.
So you strike out at the hyena, and you deal it a mortal blow. It transforms back into Osborne, the
Okay.
evil Osborne.
And then I'm going to do an action surge and hit it again with the great sword.
All right, yeah, go ahead.
$13.
That's not going to hit. You swing at him, and he sees it coming from a mile away since you just attacked him, and he ducks underneath it.
I know what you mean.
The vines reach out and attack you as a reaction.
15.
I can move this way. Let me do that.
Now he's back to my normal self. So now
I'm fucking around with my dice on here.
The vines are going to strike you for 11 damage, and you're now grappled.
Negative. I'm going to use a stone's endurance.
All right, yeah. Go ahead and reduce it by the amount of damage.
1d12. Reduce the damage into
Nope, another one.
which one?
Yeah, that one. And that kind of looks like D20.
The second largest dice. Or die.
13.
All right, you reduce it 13 damage. That's basically all the damage.
Yeah.
You're still grappled, though. So when the vines rise up to strike at you, they rise up around Osborne, almost entirely shrouding him in the vines.
So
And we're back up to the top of the round with Porgar, Night Touched.
Will a 15 hit?
What are you aiming? Well, I guess you can only hit the plant right now. Yes, that'll hit.
Can I not hit him? Is he not visible?
He's surrounded by the plant like I just described.
So not even like a little bit of him can
Like
you
I
hit?
said, entirely shrouded by the plant.
because after I hit him, the plant
The plant roots up around him, sort of like a barrier.
because I forced him back to his natural.
Yeah, I guess I'll hit the plant with my first attack. Does a 15 hit the plant?
Yes.
Uh, 18 holy damage to the plant.
Does it reveal anything?
No.
I have a feeling we don't want to target the plant, though.
What are you doing for the remainder of your turn?
Deciding. Yeah, as my bonus, I'm gonna take my spiritual weapon and look to where the tree, like what roots are actually surrounding him and which ones have the capability to do so, and I'm gonna make a chop at one of the specific roots.
Go ahead and roll me insight or investigation. Investigation.
Hot kick it. 9.
You don't find a particular. You find one that you believe is the key root.
I like that one bit. Yeah, I guess I'll just strike at it.
All right, swing.
No other option. It'll be 18 to hit.
That's gonna hit.
Full damage at 11. What are you doing, small cat?
All right, you hit the plant, and it sort of like reels back, and it wriggles, and it like swirls in a big mass, lashing out in every direction. All right, we're now on to Carillion.
Guess I'll make grapple check.
You it's a strength check for you, and you are not free,
Yep.
and you take 10 poison damage.
Cool. I'm almost dead.
All right. Let's see. Up next, it's the enemy. The plant lashes out, and it's going to attack somebody. Let's see. It's going to attack Gunnar.
Oh, shit.
Actually, no. You're grappled with a portion of it already. It goes ahead and it swings at you, Osborne, but you see it coming and you move swiftly out of the way. Let's see. Evil Osborne is going to use his action to transform into a giant hyena.
Well, he's done using that.
And
shit
he's
now.
going to place himself on the opposite side of the plant. He's going to use his movement to leap back out of the way. All right, now we're on to Good Osborne.
So is he back behind the vines?
Yeah, now he's back behind the vines.
I will use my action. How tall are the vines?
The vines, they're probably about 20 feet up in a near solid wall of lashing, spiked.
Oh, well, that's fine. I'll use my wild shape to turn into a giant toad.
It's the battle of the hyena and the toad.
Oh, the toad is so much better. And then I will bite it at the vines.
All right, take a bite.
It's a non-nat 20 hit.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Alright, it will take. Oh, so first it's going to take 10 plus 5, 15 points of piercing damage. And then it will take another. I don't know if this will work. 5 points of poison damage.
It's immune to the poison damage.
I figured. Can I swallow the vines?
No. No, it's covering like this whole chamber. It's a huge thing.
All right, then my celestial will attack. My spiritual beast.
The spiritual monkey casts smack.
Yep. Does a 14 hit the vines?
Yes, it does.
They will take 15 damage, piercing damage.
Okay. So he casts big smack, and he starts tearing apart the vines with his powerful hands, and he happens to rip open the exact section that has Carillion's limpish body in it, and she falls free.
You're welcome.
All right, and we're back to Gunnar. What are you doing? Escaping from the vines.
Do a grapple check.
Yeah, so do a grapple check, I guess.
It'll be strength, yes.
So
Roll a d20.
Yep. And then add your strength save to it.
Oh,
Nat 20.
yeah, you're right.
Oh, yeah. You tear free. It's as if you're wrapped in tissue paper. You tear free easily. And since you rolled a nat 20, I'll let you take an attack as well as you stand up to your feet, filled with rage.
$14.
That's going to hit. Roll your damage. Roll your damage!
Swing that great sword of mine. So I rolled a 1, but I have something where I
Great
can.
weapon master, yeah.
Yeah, Great Weapon Master.
So I get to re-roll that, right?
Yeah. Rolls of a 1 or a 2, you can re-roll one time. You have to take whatever it
Okay.
re-rolls to.
So there's a 4 and a 6. So 10
Plus 3.
Plus your strength bonus.
13 total.
plus 3, 13, yeah.
She's like, what are you doing?
So you take a mighty swing with your great sword, and it cuts straight through the heart of the vines, and a good portion of them fall flat. Some of them are still like up and combative throughout the chamber, but this section has fallen. And we are back to the top of the round. Gorgar Night Touch.
Which one is that? How does that work?
So you're just, when you make an attack roll, you're going to state, hey, I'm going to use a Battle Master maneuver, and then you'll...
The giant hyena is now visible. The vines that were concealing him have fallen down after the mighty blow.
Bird back to his form if I can swallow him.
I have an equally interesting idea because it didn't take that much damage to revert him back.
Quite a bit. It took like, what, 35? One that.
No, I smacked him pretty good.
Stand by.
Get him to revert.
It doesn't show me what this is properly in
You did,
D&D
what,
Beyond.
You did 11?
Not the first time I reverted him, but
What'd you do the first time?
the first time was a 16 or 17.
17 plus 122. That's 39. That's what Brave did. I forgot how much you did.
Yeah, I'm gonna cast Sleep on the giant hyena.
That's not good.
It looked pretty good on me.
All right, you
don't
cast
have a lot of hit
sleep.
points.
Roll your dice to determine how much health.
28.
There. Small cat,
My
you
Queen's got at least 40.
go visit somebody else for now.
No.
Wow, okay. Off to a good start here.
Where's your Q-tips? I don't think your dad's gonna like that if you take that.
24. No? Okay.
No.
It very briefly looks like a wave of fatigue washes
Can
over
I-
it, but it does not fall.
Can I
apart.
retcon to have my bonus action first? Because I really didn't think about it.
No.
Okay, fine. Yeah, bonus action ain't gonna hit anyone. It's gonna spiritual weapon it first to bring its health down and then do it.
Who do you guys-
All right, spiritual weapon takes a mighty swing, and it's a mighty miss. And we're back on to Carilli.
Okay.
What are you doing?
Is there anyone within 5 feet
Easy for you guys.
of Evil Osborne?
Evil Osborne? Currently, no.
Okay.
Hey.
I'm just gonna use steady aim to give myself advantage.
Goodbye, Mallow.
Okay, didn't help. So that's a 14.
14
Mm-hmm.
on the giant hyena, I'm assuming. That's going to hit.
Oh, okay.
Hey, the beasts don't have very big class because they don't wear armor.
Yeah, I didn't figure.
They're made of
Never
beasts.
seen
A hyena's made of
anything.
hyena.
What?
So the hyena's made of hyena.
They usually have like an armor class of 11.
Yeah. 16.
It's a good solid hit.
Oh, and
Thanks,
plus
Ethan.
whatever radiant damage would do. I'm not sure.
Oh, for the
Arrows, yeah.
It's past the time limit. For the
Oh, that's
arrows.
So I was only for an hour. I think.
Oh, was it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I said. Yeah, it just holy water.
You wasted that holy water.
It would just dry on it.
It's at that point it's evaporated. It's no longer holy water present on the
Your
earth.
god,
Still been blessed.
your
An
god
hour
doesn't-
was a generous amount of time for that effect, anyways.
Your god doesn't return pulse very often.
Anyways, back up to the enemy's turn. Osborne is going to. How are you guys arrayed? Because I'm assuming you were somewhere. You're by the chimpanzee and probably good, Osborne, right?
I assume they're in the back, yeah.
Where were you at? You just struck the thing, so you are in between.
I figured I was somewhere towards the front of this.
Yeah, you're probably the closest to the hyena right now.
Yeah.
He is going to sprint to the side and around, and he's going to run straight for Carillion.
Of course, I'm almost dead. Why wouldn't he?
Because you do a lot of damage, and he's not an idiot.
We all need somebody.
And he knows your exact abilities because it's the evil version of Osborne. He does miss, though. You see him coming. He's hard to miss. And you do some backflips and get quickly out of the way, which is fortunate because the giant section of solid wood and vine where you were just standing just disintegrates in the maw of this beast. All right, and a different section of the vines is going to swing at Korgar. How are you equipped right now, Korgar?
I've got my hammer out, so I'm at a 16 right now.
Okay, this is going to hit you then.
Okay.
If you guys should know.
You're going to take 11 damage, and you are constricted.
Okay.
All right, and that is the enemy's turn. It is now up to Good Osborne and the chimpanzee.
I will bite the giant hyena.
I think I'm gonna do what's called a pro gamer move. He bites it.
21 to hit.
That's gonna hit.
It's going to take 10 piercing damage. And then 1 poison damage. And the D10 fellowship. And then my monkey will attack
Just enough.
the hyena.
All right, the monkey attacks.
It'll be a 19 hit.
And then like each one.
Or-
Usual.
Roll hit button where you're gonna do whatever
12 damage.
special attack.
Piercing
you're gonna do,
damage.
and
Monkey's pretty sick.
Oh yeah, it's like all my spell modifiers and stuff, so it hits hard.
Yeah, he's big, nasty.
Already, guys.
All right, you smacked a hyena pretty hard. And now we're on to Gunnar. Gunnar, what are you doing?
So I'm going to do one of my
Probably-
battle master attacks.
Okay.
The trip attack.
Are you targeting the hyena?
The hyena.
Okay, it's within your movement, but you're going to have to pass some of the vines to get towards it. Are you okay with taking an attack of opportunity?
Yes.
Okay.
Just kill the hyena so I can swallow it.
It misses.
I rolled a 21.
Okay, yeah, that's going to hit the hyena.
So then. Get roll my d6.
Okay, your 2d6s.
Mm,
Is there any special modifier like a save that the hyena has to make?
There's a DC based off of it's like an 8 plus his skill plus his dex.
Yeah, I don't know. I was just so.
and then I get a roll of superiority dice.
Yeah, he does. He
I don't know the way it
damage.
works exactly.
You just add the
I
superiority dice to the
don't know what
damage.
that means.
Oh, I don't know what's your.
I think it's a D6 to start out. You roll the D6
Yeah.
and it adds to the damage. So you roll your damage like normal, and then I'm going to roll It's either strength or dexterity opposing your DC.
So
It's probably
my normal rolls were an 8. So do I roll d6 again for my superiority?
yeah. You roll your normal damage and then you add that additional d6 to the result.
Though your great weapon master will not apply to that, though. Just so you know. So you got
So-
11.
11, yeah.
Oh yeah, it's going to be tripped.
Perfect.
And you said 11.
Yep.
All right. You take a mighty swing with your sword down at its legs, and you cut the feet right out from under this giant beast, and it transforms back into the evil Osborne. And now we're back up to the top of the round with Korgar, who is enshrouded in vines.
I use my spiritual weapon to free myself, or attempt to. I rolled a 16 to hit the vines that are entangling me, dealing 9 damage.
Yep. That cuts you free of the vines.
Okay, and then as my main action, I'm going to try to cast Sleep on Evil Osborne, and I rolled 22 for that.
Yeah. Evil Osborne falls asleep, and the plants go silent.
Kill this.
Everybody surround this motherfucker.
Let's kill him.
I'm gonna walk up and very, cautiously hog tie Evil Osborne.
Roll me sleight of hand.
Can I assist him with that?
Can I
I got
help
a
him? Yeah.
+8 to that.
There's so many of us that we could definitely make that very tight.
Yeah, you guys make a nice point.
Like a toy.
I can't grab.
His skin is like bulging out from the areas of the rope. It's really tight.
He has our fat ass standing on top of him, just wrenching that rope.
Hello, folks.
You guys do sort of like jostle him awake, but he's tied up.
Do I swallow him now?
I'd rather cut off his head.
I'd rather we just all fucking absolutely smash him to death.
Actually, no, he's still asleep. He's still asleep.
All right, let's kill him anyway.
Let's go. I'm still with
It's a
you.
magical sleep, so I'm sure just
I say
jerking
we
him around
just
on the rope wouldn't wake him up.
we do the old classic and just fucking slit his throat where he sleeps, and have everybody else that's not there slitting his throat ready to fucking beat him to death if he gets up.
Yeah. I want to take my great sword.
All right, we'll leave it in the
Inside.
hand of fate. This doesn't require an attack roll, but roll a 20 with no modifiers.
Just me?
Yep.
Okay, that's a 9.
You slit his
there's
throat.
4 there. Okay. Well,
He sort of like turns into vines, and he sinks down into the ground, disappearing into the world tree. You guys are now sitting in the entirely silent chamber, which is entirely dark, so everything you see is in shades of gray,
Well,
and you're not really sure what to do now.
I need some healing if anybody has any.
I have 1 spell slot left. I cure wounds him.
I rib it.
You get
I
10.
just broke.
I pet him as he ribbons.
Ribbit.
And then also I'll pop my Twilight Sanctuary so everybody
You
gets
still have the other little
9 temporary hit points.
Spiritual eight.
And it also, it's a 30
Oh, yeah.
fear of
My
dim
God.
light.
Sell it?
Okay, everyone has the temporary hit points. Suddenly, the room is filled with a radiant light.
Just, are we talking mine or?
No.
Okay, I was like,
And
it ain't
it's
that
sort of
bright.
like, it doesn't undo your effect, but it sort of like cancels out the twilight because it's so bright. And fresh water begins to flow in some of the ruts of this chamber. And a gorgeous woman appears before you. She's clad all in leaves, every color of the autumn change. And she is absolutely radiant. Allow me to read her description that I wrote for you.
Before the
She has
players.
a palish green skin tone, and back-length red hair that is tied into a braid with various plants in full bloom. She emanates power, and her penetrating eyes appear to be every color of the rainbow. Congratulations, Osborne and companions.
Ribbit.
She can understand you.
Okay.
I'm
Thanks.
fully aware that you could change form at will. Perhaps something more verbal would be appropriate for this conversation, so your friends may understand our discourse.
I'm gonna look at Kierkegaard, see if it's okay to change, or if I need to swallow this lady. All right.
I do this to him.
Okay. I will change back and hug her.
Being super in touch with nature and this sort of stuff, like this is an extremely holy deity. You may or may not want to do that, but
She does not like hugs.
well, you go and give her a hug, and she is absolutely surprised, and she sort of vanishes into thin air, and then appears at the end of the chamber. It's like,
I told you shouldn't just be hugging people.
perhaps you shouldn't lay your hands on people you just met.
Good touch.
My friend told me to hug you.
Good touch.
He doesn't know any better.
I know, which is the only reason you're all still alive. Be thankful that I know your friends, at least when it comes to social interaction.
And reading.
You should be careful who you're threatening, lady.
You should not speak like that to her.
As you say that, the entire chamber trembles, and the light once again goes out. And the entire chamber begins to grow smaller and smaller until there's a narrow path leading straight to her as she stares down at all of you with disdain. It's like, I approach you in friendship because you succeeded in your quest.
Hey, I was a
Perhaps you
friend.
should be more polite.
I did. I gave you a hug.
Listen not to the large man. He knows not who he speaks to.
Don't choose anyone for these spirit quests these days. He steps forward once again, allowing the chamber to fill out, and the light once again returns as she walks forward. And she sort of like waves her hands at you, and you feel an odd sensation fill your whole body, like you're being filled with some sort of life energy. And you feel ancient knowledge entering your mind. It's in the shape of various magic runes that you can't immediately interpret. But you get the knowledge that you came here for.
All right. As she waves her hand, I will wave my hand back at her.
I intended to give you my blessing upon succeeding this quest, but I'll allow you to leave with your lives as recompense for your actions.
Cannot blame all for the choices of many,
Perhaps.
or one. Words are.
Perhaps some of you, your actions are deserving of some sort of blessing. Elf,
Yes.
and you, Orc, you may receive my blessing. You are fortunate to leave here alive. Alive? What? I can do it.
Would you like to roll a new character tonight? About how you roll a new character.
Intelligence.
I'm gonna stay out of that one.
Yeah, let's challenge the personification of the world tree that holds the entire continent together.
So is this blessing like? Is it?
She walks up and she gives each of you a kiss without asking, and you feel a glorious life energy enter you, and you're not sure exactly what it does, but you have received the blessing. I'll explain to you what it does, or it'll be revealed to you upon some silent reflection at your next rest.
That's how you die.
Blessing of the world tree. You two have it. You two do not. You
But I
get away
do.
with your lives and the knowledge that you came here for.
Hey, you do anything to her? I gave her a hug. She gave you guys 2 unwilling kisses.
Here.
Sexism.
The gods are weird. Have you read any Greek mythology?
Yeah.
This is nothing even close to the horror.
Yeah, Zeus is a man whore.
Yeah, this is a man whore. But anyways, you guys
I'm gonna say to be fair,
suddenly
even
feel
though-
a wave of fatigue wash over all of you. And before you know it, everything goes black. And you wake up and you look around and you're in a very familiar hut in the center of a tree. And you see a familiar furbolg passed out with a really chubby raccoon curled up on his lap.
Are we back in our normal bodies?
So next time we meet a god, don't say stuff like that.
Well, she didn't want to be hugged.
You don't gotta say that.
I just wanted to test the boundaries. I
Yeah,
can't where
no.
my boundaries stopped. I stopped.
You shouldn't have done that anyway.
Yeah, he could have got a blessing.
You tried hugging her, she kissed her.
You each that received the blessing of those of you that received the blessing of the world tree, you have like little armbands made of plants on your wrist that shines with a rainbow luminescence, and it fills you with vigor. You try to take it off, or you try to move it slightly just to test it, and it is attached firmly to your arm.
It's like it's in the
And basically what it does is, every time you level up, you're going to gain 1 additional HP on top of your static, and this applies retroactively. So it's for every level you currently have, add an additional health. It was a pretty sick bonus, but you insulted the god, so she's like, all right, watch me crush you under the roots of this giant tree.
I'm gonna use my retard.
Oh, Mishra.
I'm just getting all of it.
Plus, she was gorgeous. She should have been all over her, just like the fey creature.
But no.
I tried flirting with the hot one.
You
I
would've
got
got
told that was. I tried flirting with the cute one. I got told that was no. So I tried fighting the next cute one. I got told that was no. I don't know what you guys want me to do with the cute ones.
I don't know, just act normal. Or, assemble.
I'm a Goliath fighter. I am acting normal.
But yeah,
either
you
one
guys,
flirt
you
or one
guys are
fight.
all awake, and you guys can do whatever you want. What are you doing?
I'm asking the raccoons to make more food.
Ginkgo is passed out with the raccoon. The raccoon's asleep. You could, prod him to wake him
The
up.
raccoon's gonna wake up because I'm hungry.
Yeah, you go up and, sort of like,
How many times do we have to teach you this lesson, old man?
it's sort of like, I don't know what a screaming raccoon sounds like, but it makes like a startled noise and it rolls off onto the ground, bounces several
hiss.
times. It's quite rotund. Yeah, it hisses and then it scurries under the table.
Either make me food or you're gonna be my food.
Oh my goodness. But see, Ginkgo wakes up and he's sort of and the raccoon goes over and starts another pot of vegetables. It's like, oh, I wasn't expecting you back so soon. It's only been 2 weeks.
God damn it.
That was rather fast for a spiritual journey.
Fast.
You must have done quite well. Oh, I see you've received the blessing of Yggdrasil.
I have.
Osborne, where's your blessing?
I hugged her and she did not like it.
Osborne, you don't hug God without their consent.
Well, I didn't know she was God. I barely know what a god is.
You would, with your close communal with nature, this is literally nature. You would.
It was a tree woman. Why wouldn't he hug her?
Yeah, you
Yeah, exactly. I literally did what I do all the time. I hugged a tree.
Literally, everything I told him from the start of this journey. Go like a tree.
Tree hugger.
Go like a tree.
I did exactly what I always do. I hugged a tree and I got in trouble for it.
Perhaps you shouldn't do it anymore.
Calling the goddamn E EPA.
They chop down Yggdrasil. It takes 1,000 years, but they do it. Well, congratulations on returning alive. Did you
Thank
run
you.
into any trouble on your during your travels?
Apparently, gods don't like being flexed on.
No, I can't imagine.
Ugly not.
He almost died.
You're
Multiple
closer to death than I am. Calm down.
I'm actually exhilarated to hear this tale. What happened?
Well, we walked a little while. We met a strange guy with some sharp teeth, but he didn't want to hang out with us.
He's a wonderful storyteller.
I think it's funny hearing his character's point of view. On the story.
Yeah, he didn't want hugs. He didn't want to hang out. So then we went and we left the forest, and then we ran into this weird lady. Big guy knocked her out. Other big guys took her.
I teleported back and forth.
I know
Yeah,
you know
too.
nothing of social conventions, but generally it's frowned upon to strike and then abduct women.
She should have listened the first time.
Yeah, I almost forgot to I left that part out. He kept disappearing in the
I'll just
region.
leave that where it lies. I haven't been in society for a long time.
We
you see, so-
didn't leave her where she lied. Knocked her out. He picked her up.
Well, that certainly fits with Osborne's side of the story.
Yeah.
I assume she was unharmed.
I don't know.
Maybe. There was a lot of good when we switched places, though.
Yeah, he kept disappearing and reappearing, and then he made her disappear and he reappeared. I don't know what happened to her at that point.
That does me concern, but the world of dreams is a dangerous place. Perhaps she woke up at that moment. Sometimes when mortals enter a deep sleep, they could find themselves in the world of dreams inadvertently. She must have had one of those experiences, so perhaps the shock woke her up.
I don't know, but
Maybe I should have thrown her off a cliff. That's what would wake me up in a dream.
That would shock me.
It would shock both.
Especially if you wake up mid-flight.
Oh, and then we came to a lake. We swam across the lake, and then
I got her number.
I didn't get to that part. Jeez.
Wait.
We met 3 gods.
Yeah. Oh, and then we got to the
Maybe
other lake.
4.
Who did you meet?
We
Other
met-
than the
We met a seaweed-headed lady.
That was simply a
You
nickname.
talk nice to
simply
her.
a fae.
We
She
met
was beautiful.
the world snake in passing. We met hell. We met the world tree's personification. And we may have met Baldur.
Half the hell was cute.
Or seen him. I'm not sure.
Perhaps give me a description. Are you sure it was Baldur?
Golden horns on a green helm.
I didn't see that one.
Boy, that wouldn't be Baldur. That'd be the trickster.
That son of a bitch. When I thought horns, I thought antlers, not
Not back
ram horns. Yeah.
That's why I described them as being like gold and
Yeah, I didn't think about it because they both have them, even on the minis I have.
yeah.
Well, anyways, I don't know about the trickster. And then after the seaweed-head lady, we went through this place. There was a lot of souls. And they were trying to touch us. And no squares. And then this lady stopped them. She was pretty ugly, or at least half her side was ugly. The other half was not.
Ah, yes, that sounds like
the
hell.
Loki.
And we made it to the world tree, and there was this weird snake eating the roots, and this giant squirrel, and they were like insulting each other back and forth.
Yes, he carries messages between the giant creature that gnaws at the roots of
He's
the world
also a
tree.
cunt. I
and
made
the
sure of
giant
that in
eagle.
the pre-action.
Well, I'm sure he's quite bitter about that.
Good. Let him be bitter. He's sowing discord between the top and the bottom.
That is what he does. But it keeps either of them from being very productive in their destruction of the tree, so actually
Taking their
it's been a while. I don't think the eagle destroys the tree. I know the other creature does. I don't leave the forest.
Either way.
Yeah, and then we fought me, and we killed me, we slit my throat. And then we met the lady that didn't like hugs. The tree.
Yes.
doesn't like being flexed on.
For future reference, when you meet a god, show them proper respect and do not touch their person without permission.
I don't know what a god is, but okay.
If it glows with a luminescence, if it's unnaturally beautiful or unnaturally powerful, don't touch it.
Okay.
A god is the thing that you
I'll
hug
forward
that
this for you
makes
next
us-
time. There are things that glow that are bad.
There's several gods I could think of that would have snuggled you on sight upon you doing so.
To be fair, my hug guy told me to hug her.
Perhaps that was
Did, yeah.
unwise.
Yeah, that's it.
To be fair, I also didn't know that Yggdrasil could personify itself.
I probably, although I haven't seen, most people in 500 years wouldn't have done that. But to each their own. You all made it back here alive.
Most
so-
people aren't also the druids, so
Would during the course of the
Congratulations.
telling of the tale, would the food have been completed?
Oh yes, the food is ready.
I'm gonna scarf it down.
Rocket, bring it here.
God damn you.
Oh, rocket.
Throw up your shit for the night.
Yes. Yeah, he brings it over. It's another delicious vegetable meal. It has
Friends.
the same effect as previously.
I say we scarf this down and we get on our way. Would our bodies be adequately rested as they've been in a deep sleep state for
Also,
2
do
weeks.
we need to
Yes,
change
you
our
are adequately rested, just famished.
Do
since
you
you haven't
wear
eaten.
clothes?
I mean,
He sort of like gave you
I wear
like
clothes.
nutritious
yeah,
water,
like,
liquid
but yeah,
sap liquids? I'm gonna eat the stew down.
I just
Boys, we gotta
Make it
depart.
very much.
Them little fuckheads are gonna claim our bounty. That wasn't actually a bounty, it's just something we did.
Oh,
Well,
yeah.
there's nothing to claim then.
I still have proof that we did it, not them.
True.
Fuck 'em.
Yeah, we got that lady
Wait,
clothes.
friends, before you depart, I have information for you, and I have gifts for the lot of you. So, in order to interpret that information, you're going to have to meditate for 24 straight hours uninterrupted. Now, if you're disturbed, you won't comprehend the information and you could just try again later, but that's the only way to interpret the runes. It takes a lot of precise concentration and reflection. Do you understand?
You want me to clear my mind and focus on the runes?
Yes, for an entire
His
day.
mind is very
Okay,
clear.
done.
Friend, I know just where you need to go. The sewers. The rats are your friends. They will not disturb you, nor will anybody else come to bother you.
That is true. I'll go find my albino rat friend.
Excellent.
Stewart.
See that you do.
Little.
Let's see. Each of you, he gives each of you a luminous piece of amber that's worth 25 gold pieces. And he has a pre-written recommendation to the guild that you be promoted. Although he hasn't left the forest in a long time, he has spies all
Sway.
over the forest, and he does have some sway. So basically, yeah, you guys are going back with expensive gems and getting a promotion.
How much was it worth? 25
Outstanding.
gold?
Yes.
Though I'm not letting those fucking young bucks steal our glory.
Hey, maybe
And that's
we can get
basically where
promoted.
we're at. You guys are a day's travel from Passeropolis.
Carry me while
I say
meditate.
that's
Okay.
it's about where we're at. We're almost at the cut time. You guys have any closing actions you want to take?
Do the usual. Anybody else want to just go around the table like we did last time?
Sure. I'll start my meditation because he will carry me. Day travel.
Sure, that's what I meant.
Oh,
Well, anyway, thank you everyone for showing up. We really appreciate it. We hope you enjoyed tonight's session. We'll be back at the same time next week, same place. Any closing remarks, anybody?
Yeah. Hey, thanks for tuning in. Hope you guys enjoyed the show.
Yeah, thanks. It was awesome. We appreciate your guys' support. Don't flex on gods.
Don't flex on gods, don't hug gods. Unless you have their consent. They will kill you.
Consent's a big deal nowadays.
but apparently they can kiss you without consent.
They're gods.
Gods have double standards.
And with that, have a good night.